never have to beg me, baby. Beg me, baby. You never have to beg me, baby. There's one thing you never have to do is beg me, baby. To come to bed.
What's up? Yeah, everybody. How's everybody doing? Oh, shit. I forgot about this.
That's what that's what that's what that's what that's what we'll do. That's why I'll always be with you.
It's your birthday. Go, Andrea. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. There we go. What's up, everybody? Good evening. Good evening. We are back again. Yeah, that was a backyard band. In case you don't know who they are, rocking some, some fly shit. But in any case, backyard band from DC. But check this out. In any case, I'm back on it again, and I'm still on that topic. Who can be black? Who are black people? And it's actually turning out to be pretty interesting. Um, who knows how interesting, but it's funny to find out that everybody don't always agree. And I said that in the beginning, um, that there's actually some difference. People have a different answer when you ask this simple question. And of course, when I ask the question, I'm asking from a practical perspective. I'm asking, from the standard, the the max the macro perspective when you ask this question: who can be black? Who are black people? And I'm asking from the perspective, the macro perspective, in terms of when someone thinks of that word, what comes up? And when I think of that word, and I think of the macro, how many other people know this topic, I come up with this one. So it's very plain to see what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the practical sense, the one where you walk down the street and somebody can say, "Hey, you're black," or "Hey," if they angry at you or don't like you, can say, "Hey, use a N word." You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about that real one. I'm not talking about the elusive one Is it Nagoose, and or does it come from some other place on Earth and time where folks were kings? And no, I'm talking about the one that most people admit to, the one, the tragedy, the crime against humanity, the that one, that type of thing, you know, comes with colonialism, slavery, you know, piggybacking off of the word Negro, this kind of thing. What's up, Shaka? Hey, Chris, how you doing? Yeah, yeah. Good evening from the UK. Okay, how you feeling? Yeah, and it turns out that this is a hot topic. Like, nobody who can be black, who can identify as black. For me, it's been really, really simple. My thoughts are: if you can be a victim of anti-black racism, then why the hell would I deny your blackness? Why would I have any other description? If somebody from, let's say, with an afro from North Sudan says, hey, man, I'm black, I've been called black for 1,000 years. Or I went to, Europe and somebody called me an N word. I'm not going to sit there and argue against that person's blackness. Um, if a person says that, guess what? I was in New York last night, and I went to a concert and I couldn't get in. I tried to go to the concert and I couldn't get in because they said, hey, man, no black people allowed. Um, could that be black enough? I'm thinking so. I'm thinking so. And why wouldn't they want you in if they're not talking about a particular type of black? And that is what I'm talking about here, particular type, the one where they start saying, yeah, a few decades ago, they were saying people had, not even decades ago, yo, my pops was in Germany in the military, and some lady asked him if he had a tail. I mean, I said this once before. This had to be months back, maybe 6 months, 7 months back, but it's true. And I'm not the only person. I'm not the only person. You see what I mean? The black where the Negro where they said that, hey, your group is closer to the monkey, right? You see what I mean? You're down on the evolution scale type of thing, and somebody else was on the top. I'm talking about that one, right? So if anybody want to add on to that topic, I'm gonna drop the link. But until then, check this out. Um, let's get to it. Let's take a peep here. Something that is pretty interesting, and that is what the history of racism. Now, a lot of people don't know where this begins. This type of idea about the species being taught, and people think that it's a joke. A lot of people think like, why do I need to know this? This is a long time ago. I mean, hey, the effects still live here today. This is what they're talking about when they say that N word, right? And if a person could call you the N word and mean this, then why can't you be considered black? Why can't a person just accept that that's you? You're black. I don't need to know a whole lot more, but you black. But in any case, you're still welcome to disagree. Check this out. Check this one out. Now let me see here. This is a professor, by the way. Let me throw up the copyright disclaimer. Here we go. This is a professor coming up, and this professor, he has a project. Jeremy Morse, right? Warford Collection of College, excuse me, Anti-Racism Coalition, right? Where they explain the background of it, history of race construct, and it starts really there with those type of that type of idea. But this is the 1500s. Now you see what happened to a lot of people's ancestors. This colonization, this slavery. There was a concept that backed it up, that gave it the okay. You see what I mean? That may allow the states, the colonial nations, the Vatican, and all those other religious institutions to take action. And what was the theory behind that? It was this racial construct that this particular type was lesser on the scale of evolution, and that closer to the Caucasian type you were, the higher up you were, you see? So let's get to it.
Okay, our timeline starts here in the 1500s. Swiss physician Paracelsus, a pioneer in the medical revolution of the Renaissance, advances polygenism. For me or for you, but this is the reality that we live in. So let's get started. Okay, our timeline starts here in the 1500s. Swiss physician Paracelsus, a pioneer in the medical revolution of the Renaissance, advances polygenism, the idea that human races have different origins. This is one of the first racial theories stating that God created a hierarchy of races with the white race as superior. European domination and subjugation of other civilizations was viewed as evidence from God of Europeans' superior heritage, supporting the idea of white supremacy. Polygenism creates an attitude toward ethnic groups that supports the emergence of scientific racism, the pseudo-scientific belief that empirical evidence exists to support and justify racism.
Boom, Shaka. What's up, bro? You there?
Hey, JB, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm back, man. A lot of people don't realize, or at least maybe don't discuss enough where this thing begins, right? And and how much it has permeated life on Earth. I mean, this little invention right here, this little idea right here, is responsible for colonizing and the genocide and slavery of a whole lot of people. This polygenism. What's up? You there?
Polygenism. What is that?
Yeah, polygenism. You didn't know that?
No,
This is where.
no, not familiar with that, brother.
Okay, let me go to that term here. Let's see here. I can pull that up real quick. Polygenism. Let me see here.
It's everybody in the chat.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? This is who's in the chat, Shaka, if you don't mind.
There is, let me try. Chat. Somewhere. Andrea Brown is in a place to be. We have Chris B, who wrote "Good evening from the UK."
Mm-hmm. There we go. Yeah, Chris B is in the place. Yep, and Andrea, exactly. Well, let's see who else coming through. I'm sure the squad going to be swinging through. But this is polygenism here, and it's part of the scientific racism enlightenment period, you could say. And here it is. Polygenism is a theory of human origins which posits the view that human races are different origins. The view is opposite of the idea of monogenism, which posits a single origin of humanity. Modern scientific views find little merit in any polygenic model due to an increased understanding of speciation in the human context, with the monogenetic out of Africa hypothesis and its variants being the most widely accepted models for human origins. Polygenism has historically been heavily used in service of white supremacy ideas and practices, denying a common origin between European and non European peoples. It can be distinguished between the biblical polygenism describing a pre Adamite or co Adamite origin of certain races in context to the Genesis narrative of Adam and Eve, and scientific polygenism attempted to find taxonomic basis for the ideas of racial science, right? And taxonomic, let me see here. If I'm correct, that has something to do with what we're just looking at there. The this the idea where they take the brain, the cranial thing, and then try to prove that. Oh well, here. Let me give you a better idea. I can just pull the image up on the screen. When they started doing this kind of stuff, boom. See, look, this one right here is closely related to an ape. You know, if I'm correct. But in any case, that's the background of it. And yeah, it seemed they got a whole lot of people twisted, yo. So but let me see. Let me get back to this one here. It gets pretty interesting. I'm not going to play too much of this, but just so people have some background.
Mid-1700s, Carl Linnaeus, the founder of modern biological classification, publishes a racial hierarchy of humans as 4 subspecies with unique traits. Europeans are described as white, muscular, and wise. Native Americans as red, bad-tempered, and unyielding. Asians as yellow, stern, and greedy. And Africans as black, lazy, sluggish, and neglectful. Others.
You see? Now, this was taught. This is not just like a little report. This was pushed through the scientific community, through the universities of the world, through the aristocratic, groupings in different societies around the world. You know, people was going for this. That means when they saw other types, they thought, hey, this person could have a tail. Hey, this person is what is it? This person is black, lazy, sluggish, neglectful. That's part of their gene, a gene type. They can't help it. That's just how they are. You see what I'm saying? The Asian, yellow, stern, greedy. How many times have you even heard that today? Look, Native Americans were red, bad-tempered, and unyielding. They weren't black, lazy, and sluggish. They were red, bad-tempered, and unyielding. This is starting to explain why it's easier to be Asiatic or a Aboriginal, right? than an African Shaka.
So that's what they used to teach in the 70s, right?
Yes.
I mean, 70s, sorry, I'm not 1700s.
1700s, yeah. But it started in the 1500s, man. But it spread out. Notice he talked about I believe he said Swiss or Swedish, but there was a lot of this scientific racism coming out of this region of the world, the Nordic part, and spread around to different universities of the world, man. By the 1700s, you get this, you get a lot of theories like this, more refined theories, but it's what people was being taught. Maybe the average person that couldn't go to school might not learn this per se, but the aristocrats, the so-called, movers and shakers of the societies, they would come across this all the time, Yeah, it's some facts. So let's go back here. Carl Linnaeus, the founder of modern biological classification, publishes racial hierarchy of humans as 4 subspecies with unique traits. Europeans, white, muscular, and wise. Native Americans, red, bad-tempered, and unyielding. Asians, yellow, stern, and greedy. I'm surprised they didn't say and experts in math after this, because that's what a lot of people think. Africans, black, lazy, sluggish, and neglectful.
Scientists and philosophers group humans in other ways based on perceived differences between races. In the Outline of History of Mankind, Christoph Meiners splits human into only 2 groups, the beautiful white race and the ugly black race, which was also inferior, immoral, animal-like, felt less pain because of thick nerves, and lacked human emotion.
So you hear that? Other scientists and philosophers grouped humans in other ways based on perceived differences between races. The Outline of History of Mankind, Christopher Miner split humans into only 2 groups, the beautiful white race and the ugly black race, which was also inferior, immoral, animal-like, felt less pain because of thick nerves, and lacked human emotions. Now, if you look at this top list, where do you think that 2 grouping will begin? Do you think I was pointing this out yesterday, or getting to it, alluding to it? Do you think the white race would begin, like, let's say here or here, Europeans, and then everybody else is Negro, the ugly black race? Do you think they considered Native Asians and black, the ugly black race, or part of the European? What do you think, Shaka?
Well, no, brother, those are really old classifications. Like Sister Andrew Burnett wrote in the chat, there were no based on any scientific evidence.
Yeah, because this was the evidence. This was the science. This is the it's true. It was based on what they believed was science. Of course, today it's looked at as pseudoscience, but this is the origins of anti-black racism. Is pseudoscience.
Let me ask this, please. Alicia A. Royal L. I may be wrong, but because there's a EL ending in your username, maybe you are Moorish or a follower of the Moorish doctrines. Are you aware that there's a dude called Sabir Bey who promotes Ibn Khaldun, even though Ibn Khaldun said that black people cannot be considered human beings? Let me know if you were aware of that. Yeah, peace, really.
Yeah, Shaka, and again, it's worth
Donnie
noting.
Williams in the chat. What's up, brother?
Who's in the chat? Oh, Donnie's in the chat. Yo, yeah. Now check this out. What's up, Donnie? Now check this out. Again, there's one classification, right? That was the Carlinius classification, right? And who grouped people into 4 subspecies, right? European, white, muscular, and wise. Native American, red, bad-tempered, unyielding. Asian, yellow, stern, and greedy. Africans, black, lazy, and sluggish. But another scientist, he groups them into 2. Other scientists, philosophers, group humans in other ways on the perceived differences between races. The outline of history of mankind. Anybody can Google this book. Christoph Miner split humans into only 2 groups. So they have these still these different types. But my question is, which one of these 4 groups do you think now fall into the black, or 3 groups fall into the African, black, lazy, sluggish group, or do you think they fell into thereafter the European, white, muscular, and wise group? I think folks are going to be in for a shocker, and it's not the black, lazy, sluggish, and neglectful group that they fell into, but nonetheless, let's keep going.
I agree with what Andrew wrote in the chat.
Let me see here. They pulled that shit out of their ass. That's why it's so foul. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, they did. They did pull it out. It's obviously a political motive behind it, you know, these kind of classifications. And indeed, one of the biggest political events of all time was, colonization and enslavement of African people. It just is on the books that way. So but here's part of the evidence. Again, they didn't just do it without a thought, like, hey, let's go and start, let's have fun with this slavery thing. It sounds fun, something we could get away with for a weekend, have a party. No, it was a theory first. They had a theory to support it. Why? Because they didn't view these people as equals in the first place. You see, and so you were given a choice. Whose side are you on? You see, are you on the sluggish, lazy, and black side of things? Animal-like, thicker skin, less nerves. Are you on that side? Or are you, on the muscular and strong and wise side of things? Let's see what that looks like and examine it. But here we go. Let's see here.
Late 1700s, George Louis Leclerc, a prominent scientist of natural history, and Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, a founder of zoology and anthropology, support the degenerative hypothesis that the original humans were white and other races were the result of degeneration. Blumenbach in 1795 stated, quote, "I have allotted the first place to the Caucasian because this stock displays the most beautiful race of men. These classification systems with white invariably at the top come to dominate in social science."
Shaka, does that remind you of anything? Oh, okay. I think maybe Shaka is he's on mute. So let me go ahead. I mean, it reminds me of something. Let me bring this back.
That the original humans were white and other races were the result of degeneration. Blumenbach in 1795 stated, quote, "I have allotted the first place to the Caucasian because this stock displays the most beautiful race of men. These classification systems with white invariably at the top come to dominate in social science."
You know, it's very interesting because I think anybody who thinks about it from, you know, the Moor, you know, perspective, the Moors in Europe, you know, and then this kind of idea that where some Moors say no, black means white, or you know, it means bleach, it means white, and all of these things. Okay, those are things you could talk about, but this is evidence of what European scientists were thinking at that time. This is in the 1700s in Europe, what was being passed around as racial hierarchy. You see, the idea that someone that was looking black was inferior, lazy. Let me just bring the word. Where's that at? Lazy. What are they? Here we go. Black, lazy, sluggish, neglectful, Carlinia. You see, these are books. These were people teaching this. I mean, they went from university to university in Europe teaching this. You know, one guy would go to the next country and be received well, get paid to go and teach in university. And where the aristocrats or young aristocrats, rich folk, people that had access to education, they would have to pay. They could go and hear this stuff. These were the wealthy persons, you know. They could go and hear these things. Now let's go on.
White invariably at the top. First place to the Caucasian, and humans were from late 1700s. George Louis Leclerc, a prominent scientist of natural history, and Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, a founder of zoology and anthropology, support the degenerative hypothesis that the original humans were white and other races were the result of degeneration. Blumenbach in 1795 stated, quote, "I have allotted the first place to the Caucasian because this stock displays the most beautiful race of men. These classification systems with white invariably at the top come to dominate in social science."
Yeah, Keon Kala Watson. These are very hateful words, but they're not just words. These are theories, racial classification theories, which people were affected by. You know, a lot of people were affected by this. You know, you see what I'm saying? And indeed, and we should have an open mind to understanding that this was what was being taught and the effects of it, how the effects of it still linger today in societies. Yeah, and so so much that it's ridiculous. You know, you would actually have, we had somebody here that said some of these theories, you know, some of these ideas people debunked years ago, or you know, I don't know how long ago they meant, but they were given the idea that you don't encounter some of these um, feelings, some of these concepts today, but you do, because it's part of anti-black racism. You know, the idea that a person is lazy, sluggish, you know, and more animal-like. And what does this guy say here? This guy even said they dominate social sciences, the classification systems. The white invariably at the top come to dominate the social sciences. Yeah, and what it means is that if a person that harbors that idea, that would mean that they believe other people are more ignorant and less able to perform certain tasks or duties, or even lead, even be the president. You know what I'm saying? Even be the president of the United States. I mean, Barack Obama confronted these ideas. People were shook by a person who had one black parent, like utterly shook. I remember when Barack Obama was running for the presidency of the United States. I was here in Copenhagen, and I went to a political event, an event at a newspaper, not a political event. The event was held at a news establishment called the Politiken, and we watched the election. But after the election results came in and he was declared the winner, they had some speeches down there in the Politiken. And a few people got up on that. One person, I forget the name, a politician got up on there and said, "This will never happen in Denmark." And what they meant was exactly what it sounded like, that a person that has this type of background would never be able to be the prime minister of this country. You see? So it's a lot of people that still kind of harbor certain sentiments like this. Some people believe that if you mix, or if you have children with one black parent, that you might even get some of these things in you: the sluggishness, the laziness. You may not dominate in social science. You may not excel. It's crazy, man, but it's real nonetheless. Let's go
social
on.
science. 1781. In Notes on the State of Virginia, Thomas Jefferson, often thought of as a benevolent slaveholder who wrote that all men are created equal, becomes the first prominent American to suggest innate black inferiority. Quote, "I advance it as a suspicion only that the blacks, whether originally a distinct race or made distinct by time and circumstances, are inferior to the whites in the endowments of both body and mind." His writings help rationalize slavery in a nation otherwise dedicated to liberty and equality, and he calls on scientists to provide proof of black inferiority.
You see, this is Thomas Jefferson. So at this time, it's morphing a little bit, shifting into being a specific concept about black people, about African people, very specific. And as you know, in the United States, they kind of moved into this area after attempting to enslave natives, moved into a African specific form of slavery, right? A black African specific form of slavery, right? And so my question was about identity. The questions that we're asking today are the same question that we asked yesterday, and that is, who can be black? Who are black people? And who has the right to identify as such, and who has the right to tell them no if they experience this form of racism, anti-black racism. If you experience anti-black racism, why should another person come along and tell you, well, you can't identify as black? But they spell it out here to you what it is. It's been spelled out over 100 years, 200 years. This type of science reigned. 200 years. We're talking about in the Western world. And not just the Western world that people think, if we go back, I mean, this is how prevalent this thinking is. Let's go back for a second, because I think we skipped something here. Even in the beginning, hold on. There's even something about how they had to. Oh, no. Let me come out of this. I forgot 2 seconds. There was something else I'm going to show y'all. This is ridiculous, but it's true. It's true. Let me see here. Here's where it connects at. This one, polygenism, is a part of this thinking. Now, check this out. This is how much it permeated peoples of the world, right? Don't sleep on this. A lot of people are very uncomfortable discussing this and don't want to talk about these things because they have their own agenda, essentially. And that's okay. But, you know, it doesn't stop anybody else's. Now, here's the thing. Polygenism has historically, that's what we're talking about, different races, classifications, right? Heavily used in service of white supremacist ideas and practices, denying a common origin between European and non-European peoples. It can be distinguished between biblical polygenism, describing pre-Adamite or co-Adamite origin of certain races in context of the Genesis narrative of Adam and Eve, and scientific polygenism, attempting to find taxonomic basis for ideas of racial science. Now, we hear a lot of persons with, we could say, some people could call them religious backgrounds. Some people can call them pseudo religious. Who knows? It's up to you. You know what you want to call them. But let's say, for example, we've heard the Nation Islam talk about the Asiatic black man, right? We've heard how certain people are Asiatics. We've heard of the Aboriginal movement, how they're not African, right? They're not from Africa. They're not related to them, right? Um, yeah, and basically making them Native Americans. You know, that would be a different classification. Actually, you know, the Native Americans were classified slightly different. If we go back to here, you will see that they are definitely classified differently. They're classified differently. Native Americans, red, bad-tempered, unyielding. Asians, yellow, stern, and greedy. Wouldn't you rather be yellow, stern, and greedy than black, lazy, sluggish, and neglectful? Africans. Africans. People, a lot of people that are saying they're Asiatic, they're natives, and they will say because they're not Africans. You see, so a lot of these persons from these groups that are around today teaching things say this stuff, and it's not just them. Let me go back here. It's not just them. Pre-Adamite. So, how many people are familiar with a certain forms of religion, Christianity, or or maybe others that have maybe Islam, maybe certain Muslims, maybe certain Jews, maybe certain Christians have a different view of Genesis, have a biblical polygenic descriptive, describing a pre-Adamite or co-Adamite origin of certain races in the context of Genesis narrative of Adam and Eve, and polygenism attempting to find a taxonomic basis for the ideas of racial science. What do y'all think about that? Do you think the effects of that still linger to this day? It's interesting. It's very interesting because 1700s, what was going on in 1700s? What was going on in the 1500s? What was going on in 1600s on Earth? Any invasions? What were those invasions based on? How did people see this? The people of this day, what were the movements of this day? The 1500s, the 1600s, the 1700s. What were the movements going on? Yeah, look at this. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Yo, Jade, what's up? uh, who is this? Yo, Keon, who are you referring to? Who's writing the story? Can you be more specific? Because I see you got a lot of one-liner comments, but I can't really know what they mean because they're kind of, short, and cut off. Who's writing the story? You talking about who's writing what? Which story are you talking about? Which one specifically? We're reviewing scientific racism, right? As a lead up to have the conversation about identity and people labeling. Who controls the narrative? Who controls the narrative? Um, well, if you have to be more specific. Are you talking about who controls the narrative when they were teaching this? Is that what you're saying? I mean, just to be clear, because I don't want to misunderstand your question, right? There will be no point in that. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna have to time the dude out because at some point you have to respond. Um, it's good to be here. It's okay to be here, but you have to. You can't hide what you're really trying to ask or really trying to state. You need to just come on out with it. You know. So, are you okay with? let me put this person on the panel so they can come with a because I see these comments are just they're too short. Here you go. Why don't you hop up on the panel so you don't have to? Maybe you're having an issue typing. Might be easier to speak. Yo, Keon, go on and hop up. There's some people that are uncomfortable discussing racism. And a lot of times it could be, that they really don't understand other people and the effects that it's had, but they understand the effects it has on some other people when folks discuss it. And I don't know if that's the case here, but that's what I'm saying. It's hard to know about these short comments, but there's definitely purpose in correcting behavior, bad behavior. Oh, okay, so you can see this guy's just want some attention, man. There we go. Yeah, sometimes you get people like that don't really want to say what it is they're meaning, but they want attention and to control the conversation, but they don't want to tell you that. So there it is. Um, he didn't want to come up and explain himself, so or ask any questions. He just wanted to, it seemed to me like he just don't want to have this conversation here. So but and I don't know for what reason. I would have liked to know what reason. Is it a religious belief reason? Like here we talking about pre-Adamite, co-Adamite. Is it a political reason? Like, don't want people to unite or ratify certain laws based on this? Okay, let me see here. Yeah. Oh, okay. So what's up, man? You're getting a lot of attention today. What would you like to say?
Just want to be a part of the conversation. Coming to the light. The truth of our story.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you now. You have the floor.
What was the question again?
What do you mean? What was the question?
How can I clarify myself more particularly on who controls the narrative? It seems like that's what we were talking about, weren't we?
No.
How these lies.
No, that's not what we were talking about. I mean, but that's where you entered into it. So go for it.
That's what resonated. That's definitely what resonated. That's what I was asking. Who's in control of the narrative
What
of the word?
narrative? What narrative?
Well, who we are. Us non-whites. What's our story?
Well, right here we're being very specific. You know, so can you be specific? I mean, are you talking about polygenism? Who controlled that narrative? Is that what you're talking about?
You were talking about Genesis specifically, I believe. Right?
Okay, I think you might be missing the point here. You know, so I tell you what, just listen, take a listen, and once we call
Sure.
people up, you're welcome to come back up and But right now, I think you need to just listen. Then you'll get a fuller idea. Then
Fair
you'll be
enough.
able to, yeah, come in.
That's what I came. That's what I came here for, bro. I'm not here to do anything but open my mind and learn about
Okay,
who I am.
okay,
Right?
all right, fair enough.
That's what I'm here
Okay,
for.
okay, all right. Thank you. All right, let me see
Maui.
who else is up here.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Maui.
appreciate you. All right. So let me see who
Our
else is
story.
up here. Um, let me see here. Yo, Cordell. All right, Cordell, you there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm assuming you're a Temple Moore.
Just in the study of it.
Okay, all right.
I'm
Don't
not.
worry,
I'm
man.
not. I'm not religious, So, but
I see the name. Oh, he got cut off there. He got cut off. I don't know if that's the internet. So yeah. So let me just go ahead with the rest of this and see here. Yo, Maui, you can come back in a little bit. I'm gonna invite people. I just didn't since I saw him hop up. I just wanted to get it over with since I stopped. But I'm gonna continue, and then people can hop up. Today's theme, the question really is, it's the title on the video, and the video, the title is called "Who Can Be Black." Here, let me just bring it up specifically, so there's no mistake about this. Here we go. Who is black, right? Who is black? Who can identify themselves as black? And this is a conversation that we've been having this week. This isn't the first one. This is like part 3, part 4. And the reason why we're having it is that it's not just about the word black. It's also about other identity markers. You could pick any identity marker you want. The question remains, who are those people and who can identify themselves as that? And who has the right to control that identity? Who has the right to tell someone else what they are? You see? Who has the right to tell someone else what they are? Because according to the human rights charters, it's only the individual that can identify self. The individual does that. No one else does. I can't come along and tell you what to identify as. Ergo, I also can't tell you you can't identify as something. It's not how it works. You see? So that's why we're asking this question. Since a lot of people use this term African or use the term, which is fine with me. I don't have an issue with that. That's not necessarily a bad thing because it's a term. You see what I mean? It's not the action of a people. It's a term. Some people identify as black, right? Okay, you identify as black. Great. That's how you identify. But who has the right to identify them? And when you look in scientific racism, there's a history of other people identifying a group, right? Versus a group identifying themselves. You see? And it's not just this one group that's gone through that. But Jade, what's up, bro? You there?
Yeah, hi VB. How you doing, my brother?
Mm-hmm.
Have
I'm
you
good, man.
yeah, you made it out yesterday. Are you unscathed or have you got a couple of bruises?
Yeah.
A couple of black eyes, maybe a bloody nose.
Yo,
You come
man, I
out.
thought
You're a tough cookie, my man. Listen, bro. I got something to ask you, right? Because
yeah.
I've
Yeah.
had this conversation a lot, and I
Mhm.
think a lot of these times, I think a lot of things have been are getting twisted, you know.
Mhm.
But that just might be how I think things are,
Mhm.
and maybe
Mhm.
my ignorancy of my
Mhm.
UK self, you know. So look,
You talking about in
I'll put
reference to who can identify as black?
yeah, that one as
Okay.
well. That's one.
Okay. Okay.
But
Okay.
also the
Just
one
to make sure I'm
before.
following.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna be clear soon. I'm gonna actually
Mhm.
ask myself the question.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
I was basically I was listening in. I tried to listen in, you know, to you a little bit, you know, so I'll give you
Mhm.
time to set your, you know, set the field.
Right.
But
Exactly.
yeah, but I always like to come up, but I've kind of, because I don't want to be, you know, up here and maybe people start thinking all kind of things. But
We was just
since
reviewing scientific racism. We were at that point,
who?
right? Yeah, we were just reviewing the scientific racism, the
Okay,
polygenism
yeah, so
and those
right. So
components.
look,
Yeah. Yeah.
so what I was gonna say, okay, because a situation developed here
Mhm.
in the UK,
Mhm.
and this
Exactly.
happened
Okay.
in the police force. Yes, Divine, big up, Sister Andrea, big up everyone in the house. Is that guy there? Is he a Maori? Is he a
I'm not
Maori? Yes,
sure,
because
man. I think so. Maybe it's
okay, cool.
possible.
Because one of my best friends, hello, chap. Because one of my best friends is from Australia, and his mum's from Brazil, and his
Hmm.
father's
Hmm.
from Ireland. Right? I should,
Hmm.
I won't say his name, but it's my good
Hmm.
friend.
Hmm.
Now,
Hmm.
my uncle had a there I go again. I'm too honest, you know. Well, anyway, so a situation happened in the police force. My uncle's a member of the police force in the UK, and
Hmm.
uh, the I don't know if it was the superintendent of the police station. He called my uncle in and said to him, "You don't have many friends in here, do you, Clarence? You know." Now, while we were speaking, he said to me, "Black people cannot be racist." Okay,
That's
black
what he
people
said.
cannot be racist. Hear me out.
Hmm.
Hear me out. Hear me out. The reason why black people cannot be racist because you must have power over the other person. Black people believe they can be racist and they're just following what other people are doing and think that the same thing. That is not the case. That is not the case. You must have power over that person. Black people don't have no power over nobody. They don't even have power over their own self, much less the power to affect someone just by the color of your skin, right? So when we're looking at
Hmm.
racism, it is unique. It is unique to the people that are in power. Now let's not get it twisted. This world is run by white people. This planet is run by white. Black people had their
You
time.
think so? You think so?
I don't think so. I know that. I know that. I know that for a fact. But I'll give it that. That's what I think. I know that for a fact. And that's it.
Go
And
ahead though.
racism it is something of power. Now people want to try and water it down, over the times and maybe there. Let's talk about our own experiences, which is different, but let's not generalize. And but if anyone can prove me wrong, feel free. But what I've just said is facts. And racism is power. It's power over someone.
Well, okay, you finished? Was that it, or Jay? You still there? I think Jay
Yeah, I'm
muted up.
here,
You still
bro.
there? Oh,
Yeah, I'm
okay,
here.
okay. Well, I mean, in context to this thing right here, right? This event, this scientific racism. I mean, it's clear that there's an agenda here, and usually, you don't make the agenda to, harm yourself. It's not directed to harm what you would call Europeans, or as they state here, this is their words, man. So I don't want anybody to take my words, because I'm going to give my opinion later, but it's here, it's stated here: European, white, muscular, and wise. I mean, this is somebody is teaching this, Native Americans, red, bad tempered, and unyielding. There's somebody teaching this. Asia, yellow, stern, and greedy, and Africans, black, lazy, and sluggish. And that's a component of racism. It's not the only type of thing you can get out of it, right? But it's a component. But specifically here, it's obviously there's somebody who's not doing very well at all. Somebody in this, typecast is not doing very well, because you could obviously say bad tempered. I mean, bad temper is not too bad, though. Unyielding, that's not that bad. That's not bad. Stern and greedy, okay. You can get far with stern and greedy in this world, but lazy, sluggish, and neglectful, I'm pretty sure there's not too many people that will argue you could get somewhere with that type of approach, that type of instinct or character, whatever you want to call it, right? This is too bad, right? But
funny
I'm
enough,
quite sure.
this conversation what we're having is supposed to bring us all together, you see. Right, so look,
Well, it can, but
no,
it can be uncomfortable at times too, though.
No, it must be, because
Yeah.
it is the one thing that is really been effective. We talked about soft weapons and hard weapons. Racism was used to destroy the black man. No other race of people have encountered racism on that level and have been affected by it. And now black people are thinking that now black people are being racist to their own brothers and sisters, people, to their own your own brothers and your own sisters, right? Depending on where you come from, depending on what colonial powers you're under, what religion you was under, right? Now racism is power. You have power. I'll give you an example. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't cut you off, VP. And is my tone okay? How is my tone? Is my tone okay? Because a lot's been happening. Sorry. It's a bit harsh. It's a bit. All right,
Yeah,
look, let me try and I'm gonna make my cup of tea. And I'm not trying to be aggressive or anything, people. Believe me, I'm not being aggressive. I'm ready for this conversation. It's a conversation I've had many times. And it's not nice. It's not nice. It's something that I've been affected by. I even told you about my grandma. I don't go too deep.
But Jay, let me ask you a question though. This thing about identity, right? This thing about identity. People, obviously there is a continent called Africa, right? There's a quote unquote continent called Asia. There's America, and then there's they have Asia here, yeah, and then there's Asia, and they're describing these groups here. Now, this is the 1700s, and then but today, do you think? And I'm gonna ask Maui this question too. This question.
Hi, Maui. How are you doing, bro?
Yeah, exactly. And do you think the effects of this type of teaching, because this is very clear. You got continent, you have a term, Asian is a term used today. You have Native American, I guess you could just call it, Native American is a term used today. You got Africa,
which some people may say is racist.
Asian,
some people
right.
may say that's
some
racist.
People may say, right. That's why when you said white people, when you said white people,
there's
have power. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but the what? Listen, it exists. it exists, but maybe you're talking about maybe stereotyping, or maybe it's not as the word racism is to deal with power. I think we've done sort of like made it a broader thing. There is going to be white people going to say they're racist. Now, the racism within the white community is very plain to see. Is very plain to see, right? They have some white people that they get along with, and some people they don't. The difference is the power. Okay, the power. Now, I was going to give you an example. Many establishments are only white establishments, as in a lot of there's even in the UK right now, there's lots of companies that are all white. They're all white. Now, they won't tell you that they're all white, but it's all white. It's all white. Okay. Now, for an example, can a black man have a company and say that he's only going to employ only black people?
That would be illegal.
Yeah, but you see, so there's the power. So one person's doing the same thing, but you're not allowed to do it. That's all because of the power. So
yeah,
in fact, a black man cannot be racist. Then he's doing something different. He's but he can't.
You can think what you want, but then there's the power to act, and I think that's what you're saying, right? People think what they want all the time, but when they act out on it, that's where
yeah,
right, because that's where the power comes into play. Because if you don't have power, you can't act out on nothing.
And we're practicing like a mild form of racism. We're taking up something that, I mean, we really got to stop that. We've got this. Everybody's got this little movement that they've got going on, and they are spreading a kind of a racist agenda, but without having the power to actually execute proper racism. If they had the chance, you could just imagine what they would be like. They'd be no different than the powers that be. They'll be no different. They'll be saying these blacks are no good. Get rid of all those black people there. They're not a part of our religious sect. They'll be saying, yeah, you're allowed. The only difference is why they're not actually doing it, because they haven't got any power.
True. Or you could argue that. That's an argument to be made, right? The only reason why they're not doing it is because and then look, we're gonna. I mean, again, as well, we're gonna be talking about who's black. Now, in a way, that's kind of bit racist in a way, because who are we to say who is black and who ain't black? But do you have the right to restrict somebody from something? Like,
no, you're not allowed to.
But I think when you're talking about power, there's the macro.
Racism is unfair. Racism is unfair because it says one person is inferior to the other person, and we know that is not true. We have good and bad in everything.
But okay? Jay, hold on. I think, but there's a macro sense of it. Who has power? There's a macro sense, and then there's a micro sense of who has power. So it depends on the situation you're in. Like let's say you're in a place where since we're talking, let's say, for example,
the word I was looking for is prejudice, but I'm sorry, I'll be quiet now. Sorry.
Well, there's also prejudice too, but I mean, just dealing with
prejudice is different to racism, and I think we're getting it sometimes. I think we kind of have to be very clear. On
do you have let's change the word then and say, do you have the power to be xenophobic? Who can be xenophobic?
Yes, it comes out of racism. Racism is kind of at the core, but like everything, you have offshoots. Now that is an offshoot, but it's no way could ever be as effective as real racism, the real power over someone.
Yeah, you're saying on the global scale, the prejudice is there, the sentiments are there,
You see,
but one
we can
group
be
has power.
prejudiced. We can be prejudiced. We can be prejudiced, and we are prejudiced against our own people. And we're also prejudiced against the whites. The whites practice prejudice. Everybody practice a form of prejudice. But when we want to say that we are racist, we cannot be racist without having power over that other person. Unfortunately, we are under the power of, you know, I mean, look, this is not singling out the white people. You understand? This is not to single out white people as if they're the only ones in history may have been using this technique.
What is this?
But right now,
Oh my goodness.
it is that way. I wish it was any different. I know it's hard, but I think we can be prejudiced, but to actually be racism and see how, because to me racism is a very modern thing, and that came out of Darwinism, and it was backed up by scientists, because you even had the split in the science, because I done a program about science versus religion, and what I have found was that a lot of the early scientists had an agenda. They either was from a Christian background or maybe a Muslim, and that would affect what they were kind of their results. It would affect their results, you know.
Well, I think you see that every day, man. You see that every day. You know, a situation where, you know, if it's harming me, I'm concerned about it. If it's harming somebody else, I'm not so much concerned about it. You know, it's less concerning if it's harming somebody else. If it's harming me, I'm more concerned about it. I'm more
The reason,
aware of it,
yeah,
right?
but the reason why that part, you see, that part is because this is where I want people to be clear. This racism is really destructive. It's really destructive, you know. And
Hmm.
I believe
And
a lot of the
counterproductive.
problems with the black man at the moment was caused by this, you know. It was
Hmm.
like they created a new mindset of people, you know, and so it's very destructive. And if it was applied to anyone, listen, what black people have been through, I wouldn't wish that on no one else. No other race of people. Not everyone is the same way. Not everyone is, you know, not all white people are bad people. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. Right now, your biggest enemy is your own black man and your own black sister. That's who your biggest, you know. You know,
You think so?
it's a fact. It's a fact. Right now, yeah. Right now, you're gonna have in your encounters in daytime. You probably won't be done by the man, as we call them. Maybe
Well,
in some way or some form, he's
well, I don't
responsible.
I don't see I
But
don't see things like that, Jade. I mean, I don't see
okay,
it as the
well, tell me then.
biggest enemy. I don't see I don't necessarily need to be like the biggest enemy. I don't
Black
necessarily,
black
but
people are their own
but
worst enemy at the moment. And it's a
but what I
fact.
mean is, but I think it's for me. What I try to do is just approach problems as they are, problems as they
Yeah,
come.
well, there's a problem.
So
That's a problem.
whether they're the biggest, I don't necessarily need to know that
Well,
to
okay then. Okay then. Let me tell you. Well,
you know,
but VB, for you,
to confront
listen,
it.
you
I
know,
mean,
for
to
people to
confront
kill
it.
their own brother and sister, if we've gone
Mhm.
to that stage, how we can easily kill our own brothers and sisters, okay, and be so and become racist towards each other. You don't see that we're in the death cycle there. You don't see that
Nah,
we're
man,
in
I don't
the
see it as that way. I don't see it. I just see it
oh,
as
so we're in the golden age, are we?
no, I don't see it like that, man. I just see it as like some of us are just as confused as anybody can be about shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I look at it. Like people can be confused about stuff, and we display it in similar ways. You know, and I think I mean, I think we've seen that already. I mean, and that's the point of the conversation. Like when you can have one person that identifies as black telling another person that that identifies as black that they can't identify as black, but yet both of those people agree they both can be readily victims of anti-black racism. In what sense does that make? You see what I'm saying? So there's
Well,
obviously some confusion there. Now, whether a
I'll tell
person
you where the
wants to
confusion is.
identify,
Some people think that they're better than other people. You see, they think that they're better than people. So you got now we're gonna go through race. Now you imagine we're all brothers and sisters, and we're all like skipping down the road, all happy, you know. And then you're encountered with an ugly situation, and this situation is really off-putting. Could you imagine if you're gonna be now looking at people in the continent of Africa and be looking at other people across the diaspora, or you're gonna have the black Americans, or you're gonna have the UK blacks looking at other blacks and saying all kind of stuff. We're in our death cycle. We're in the lowest cycle we've ever been for a long time, black people. We were once great people. We're not great no more. And you can hear it, but what the stuff come out of these people's mouth, right? And people don't really
yes,
want to
some
confront
of their
these
mouths,
realities.
some of their mouths,
Yeah,
some of their mouths,
well, I
yeah.
tell you what, it's not far from, there's quite a few. There's quite a few like that. There's quite a few. Look, there's racism in Jamaica. You imagine? How could this be? Jamaica has one of the highest murder rates, killing them on brothers and sisters, right?
Oh, hold
The
on. Let me see
African man
something.
now is
I
gonna
think
say
Mao
he's
was.
more black because he's in Africa.
Mhm.
You see what
Yo,
I'm saying? So they're practicing a kind of racism, and they haven't even got the power to execute it well.
oh, okay. I see
It
where you're
loops
getting with
around,
that.
don't it? It loops around. Gotta stop the sickness.
Okay, okay. Yeah, but go ahead, Maui. Now, go ahead. Say something here. I think you wanted to. You.
The sickness perpetuates itself, doesn't it? Racism, right?
Oh,
Absolutely,
okay.
Learned
Yeah,
behavior.
yeah.
It's a learned behavior,
absolutely.
and it
Mhm.
cycles over and over, just like a lot of sick diseases. You know,
Yeah.
pedophilia, right? These are learned
Yeah,
behaviors that get
true.
reinforced if we're not objective with ourselves.
Oh, right. If we're not objective. Yeah, yeah, exactly. If we're not objective,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. And that's exactly what's right, man. You
So
know,
we got to come out of it together. We, right?
when you talking
We
about
need to
human
heal.
beings.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, okay. Yeah, otherwise there's going to
Loving
be a lot
yourself,
of
healing yourself,
conflicts.
Well, we can see
forgiving
what's
yourself.
happened. We can see what's happened. Sorry to cut you, my brother. We can see what's happening, and it's all right. It's a deadly disease, and it's not something that just
Yeah.
affects the white,
Yeah.
the black person. No, I'm not saying that. The white people are under the effect. Some white people are under the effect as well, and it's a form of they're under a mental bondage themselves, thinking that they're
That's
more superior than anyone else. Man, is their environment. It's clearly been shown,
that's
right?
what I mean by
And
controlling the narrative. If we've only learned to hate ourselves, it's time to retake the narrative, learn to love ourselves again, right? Because
absolutely,
we've been
love,
taught
yes,
to
absolutely.
be lower
Love is the
than,
only
to be
one that can solve
slaves,
it.
bred to be slaves, you know, warriors, you know. So how do we heal ourselves and come out of this 400 or so year illusion, disillusionment, right? Because we all,
Yeah.
where's the garden? Where's the garden? Where's the garden? Right? If we all know where the garden is, then we're all African. Time to love yourself, forgive yourself, love yourself, all of yourself, right? Especially
But
your
somebody's going to
ancestors.
say someone is going to say that, that we're not all African, So I mean,
Well, them
Do the math.
and
confused,
and
them
Do the math.
well,
confused,
well,
and they
well,
Do
must
the
well,
bring
math. How
evidence
deep
and
can you
facts to
go in
that.
your roots? I go very deep in my roots, all the way back to Senegal.
no, no, no,
Very
no.
deep
Now I'm not
roots.
saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying
Yeah, but
someone is going to
let the man
say,
tell us, VB. That's quite impressive because he looks
My
the light. Your
opinion, my
skin looks
opinion
light.
that, yeah, Polynesian. Lots of genes in this boy, all over the world. Or you're all my family, all over the world. And I'm grateful. That's part of the healing. Seeing myself in you and you in me, right? Empathy. How do we get back there? Where I can see you as me. I am you, right? How do we get
mm,
there? Is the question. Because racism is a lie. It's not real. We all African, one color,
you
every
know,
color of the rainbow.
it's people that's going to say that's a convenient statement, you know, and
Mm,
you know, and I'm not just talking about you. I'm just saying that the theory, the
sure.
idea, you know, put out there that we're all African. You know, I'm not saying that's what I believe, you know, but there are people that believe that. Now, for me, you know, when I look at it in terms of identity, you know, these identity markers are always going to be words that have some mainly social value. You know,
Mm,
it's just social
sure.
constructs, no matter what you call
Yep.
them. So when you say, you know, we're all
Yep.
African, at the end of the day, it doesn't mean a lot without
Human.
some sort of
Human.
action. You see what I mean? Without some sort of there have to be something behind it that makes it real, right? It's just like when somebody else said, you know, it have to be something people can point to, right?
Evidence, perhaps. Is that what you mean?
Evidence, evidence,
Evidence. DNA,
evidence.
perhaps. People want.
No, no,
No.
because no. Well, you could say that if you look at like African as being a DNA, then yes. Is that what you look at it as?
Tracing my roots. That's what I mean. I can follow my
Okay.
roots back to Africa through my DNA. I wonder how many other people, if they had that opportunity
But that's right, but
to
that's not
discover
what
themselves.
people, yeah, yeah, that's true. And that's what I was saying. That's where the people are going to have an issue with that term, right? Because there's a lot of terms that a person could use, you know. Um we had this conversation every once in a while. Like, you create terms to create action behind them, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, that's what that's what people basically do. The word has to kind of support some sort of action. So when people come up with these identity markers, it's a title. It kind of shows, okay, this is me. This is who I am. This is what I want, right? And so when a person says, okay, I'm African, they're saying, I want Africa. Africa. Africa is for me. When a person says I'm European, right? Isn't that the world we live in right now?
What language are you speaking?
There's something right,
The language
but
you speaking.
I'm speaking a
Does that make
language.
it English? Right?
I'm
You
speaking a
control the word.
language. Right, exactly. But
Hmm.
does it? That's a good question.
Are
It's
you
a
your word?
word. Well, English is a word. English
Hmm.
is a language, but it's also a word, right? So here's the thing. But what do we live under all
Control the
right
narrative,
now?
ain't it?
Um, to some degree, yeah, it's kind of like saying I have one spice I can throw in the pot with a bunch of other spices, but at the end of the day, you got one spice. I got a spice. Another person has a spice, you know. But a lot of people are throwing things into the pot. But what can we agree we all live under right now? And that's pretty much the law. That's pretty much the law, right? Now, when people say who's a European, what do you have to back that up? You could say I'm European. Do you have a European passport? Are you a member of a European nation? Do you have rights to live in that nation? Do you have, and I think this is where some of the
Hmm.
conflict comes in. Like,
Good
so
questions. Good
for
questions.
A European American, right? Or Irish American, or this identity marker, right? That
Sure.
person would say, I'm Irish American, but
The
you're
tribal
American.
people.
Yeah, people are tribal, and
Yeah,
and
we're a
to
flock.
what?
We're a flock. Animals go to where where they're safe. Tribal. So we can identify with these markers to feel secure.
Right, exactly. And you need markers. You need markers, to communicate as well.
It's
You
human.
see, and
Human
but
thing.
it is for security ultimately. But here's the thing:
Yeah.
we could say there's a physical European construct. Well, they outlined it right here. This is what I'm pointing out right here on the screen: European white, Native
Hmm.
American red, Asian yellow, African black. So you could point to like
And
these
all of them.
physical mark.
Everyone.
You
Every
could
one of
point
them.
to these.
My family.
Okay, but I hear you.
Grateful.
But wait a second.
Grateful.
You gotta let me speak also, man. You talk.
Okay. Good.
You gotta
Yeah. I'm gonna.
hold on. No, no, no. But so you have like these markers here that people have identified largely, right? And they're racist, right? They're not perfect at all, right? But let's just say these aren't the only other markers. So you could say Africa means black. You could say that, but there's that isn't finite. There's different kinds of black. There's different levels of black. There's a red black. There's an orange black. There's some different shades of black. There's some different phenotypes of black. There's some different phenotypes of black Africans. There's some different phenotypes of Europeans. There's some nuances in there. Then there's also the thing about, okay, here's another conflict that people are having. Who has the right to identify as African? It's an example. That's the conversation we've been having, African or black. So, but most people would say they're synonymous. But let's say, just for the sake, let's say African now to point that out, right? Now, African, is it a passport? Is it a geographical location, or is it a people? Is it a culture? Is it so? It's not just about like genomes. You know what I mean? Like I can trace my roots back to a place, because that's not what the term means anyway, right? The term Africa and who is an African, it doesn't mean who can trace the genomes back there, because it's also culture, right? It's all. I mean, you could argue it's culture. You could say, okay, what type of foods do they eat in Africa? Well, it's based on the foods that they have plenty readily available in Africa, right? Um, just to give you an example, another person could say, yeah, but I come from a nation in Africa. I'm an African national. You live somewhere else. Where do your loyalties lie? Someone else could say that. Why are you calling yourself African? You don't live in Africa. You're not even an African national. Someone could tell me that. I'm not an African national. You see what I
But
mean? So
VB,
yeah, go
the
ahead. Yeah, it's
yeah,
just a
sorry to
thought
cut
to
you.
put out there, but go ahead.
No, no,
Go ahead.
yeah, that's wonderful, wonderful. Look, there's no right and wrong in this. This is a very complex um
Yeah.
thing,
Oh
racism,
yeah.
it's very
Very,
complex. It's nothing
very
that can be,
complex.
yeah, it's very complex. It's
Yeah.
got so many different layers to it. But here's a thought. If we're gonna say the white man is racist and his science leads him back to Africa. Now the effects of racism has now black people across the globe saying that they are not from Africa. The problem is there is a saying, you are what your enemy says you are.
Hmm.
Now the black man, he can call himself whatever he wants, Native American, Hebrew Israelites, a Muslim, a Moor, a Christian, you name it. I can be a lettuce man, as Divine said yesterday, which made me laugh so much, which is
The
absolutely
lettuce
true.
man.
Yeah, the lettuce man. I think you've got this religion of people that
Okay.
praise the lettuce. And right. So, but the difference is it's the power. It's the power. They have no power. That you are what your enemy says you are, and you will be accepted to a certain point, but if you cross the line, you know they're going to use, or they're going to categorize you and treat you how they've treated the rest of the people with racism. You know, so the racism has been encountered by other societies, not just the black man. Not just the black man was enslaved. No, Africans used to enslave each other. Okay, but there was a difference. The racism came in. That was the difference, and also the treatment of the slaves. We're talking about also the treatment that we received. Has not in modern history it has ever happened. Well, I'm not saying what we're not doing Olympics, as we're saying. We're not saying my one is more than yours and stuff like that. But let's have a look at how the effects. The UK, the English ran the continent of Asia, right? They experimented in Africa and perfected the racism and used it across the world. Okay, now India, for an example, India was ruled by the English. Now, how could 2,000 officials rule over, say, I don't know how many millions of Indians was at that time? And even one of the gentlemen in a part of the British Raj, he said, because there was a protest, and you know, mostly the Indians, the Hindus are quite very peaceful people. Until you push a certain button, they have their limits like everybody else, you know, and they can be one of the most terrifying people when it comes to defending their traditions. We could even see today, I think India's put in a bill that's going to stop Muslim people from something like that is happening. So they're having their religious tensions again in India, right? And how it's destroyed India, how the British took total control over India, took total control. You had the rise of Mahatma Gandhi. Even himself was a racist, was racist towards black people, was not on the cause, was a man fighting for his own people, which I understand, and that is what you're supposed to do. But on the whole level of human rights, this is why racism we must put a stop to it, no matter what color of skin we are, because it's so devastating. And you also have Latin America. The blacks are experiencing something there's another sort of racism, which is connected to which colonial power you was under. So depending on what colonial power you're under, you know, in some way you're going to be sort of brainwashed. And I think we should be aware of that. I'm going to mute out now. Sorry.
Pumpkin, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was eating.
Okay. Yeah. You're right. I think we all agree that racism is devastating. It's a harmful thing, you know, and but that's easy. It's pretty easy to know that, you know. I mean, it's easy to know racism is
No, it's not easy to know that, VB.
It's not
easy to know that.
Okay.
No, it's not easy to know that.
I'm talking about for us.
It's not.
Okay.
No, because we're racist to each other. We're trying to be racist to each other. We can't even do that properly. Because we have no power like that. We have no power on the global, on the world stage. We have no power. And the reason, half of the reason why is because we're not uniting, because we're infighting. And that's what they played on. They saw black people living, they had their differences, and they just put them toward they put them to start fighting against each other. Let me ask you something. Right? Let me ask you something. Which black nation makes any weapons? Which black nation make any weapons?
Right. But Jay, that's what I was getting at. It's easy to know that racism is a problem, but knowing how it manifests itself in the depths of that problem may not be that easy. That's what you see what I'm saying? Like, so you could expect the average person to agree, yeah, racism is bad, right? Wouldn't you?
Oh, but not everyone believes that, VB. You're saying that, but that is a generalized statement. That is not true. That is not true because we're still suffering racism today. And we've gone backwards. We're now returning back to the 1960s, especially in the UK. You're getting this 1960 vibes. Back to where we started. Back to where we started. All
True.
this, all this bloodshed. All the black man has been under the worst genocide in history, and he's still now is, you know, I'm telling you, man, I'm so upset with the black man at the moment, right? For us to go through all of that, right? For us to go through all of that, all of our ancestors suffer like that, and then now we're using the same sort of tactics that was used to destroy us on ourselves. It's a lot of self-hate, right? And we need to raise the standards, you know, of the black race, you know. Try and get to a point where we were all, well, I mean, you know, we wasn't living like this at one point. I understand that we were all tribal, and I understand people are tribal across the whole world. I understand that. And this is a human trait. The animals don't behave like that. It's a human trait. But
All right, let me just let Pumpkin get in here, bro.
yeah,
Because
please.
yeah, no
Hi,
worries.
Pumpkin.
I I
What you
don't
gonna
know.
say?
I'm, you know, I was sitting here, I was listening to it. Well, I'm told I'm racist, but I don't know. Um, I don't know what kind of racist I am. I am racist to a certain extent, but I don't have a problem with immigration, you know, none of that other people have. But racism in America is totally different than other places, I think. But then again, I can only talk about America because I've never lived anywhere else but America. I've never lived, well, yes, I did. I lived for 3 years in the South, but I have family that came from the South, so I heard them talk about it. But yeah, I'm kind of racist. I'm racist to the fact that when foreign people come, and the foreign people that I've had contact, I haven't had contact with a lot of them, but the ones I've come in contact with, from the Caribbean islands, Jamaicans, from Africa, they come to America and they give an impression to you to me, of um, that they want to tell American blacks how to be black. So that bothers me. That bothers me so much when you try to tell me. I'm told I can't. I have to I should classify myself as biracial. I'm not biracial. I tell everybody I'm not biracial. I have a biracial father whose father was white. I have a mother whose grandfather, which was which is my great grandfather, who was white. I have a black mother and a black father. Race in America is racism in America is totally different from what I'm hearing than it is in Europe. But then again, I don't know because I've never traveled. The farthest I've been out of the country is to Canada. That's the only place I've been out of the country. Donnie says it's not racism, it's an attitude. Who? It's an attitude for me or for the
I mean,
people
you sound
who
like you're
do it?
describing prejudice more so, but it's all
Yeah.
right. You know, go ahead.
But
I
okay,
don't.
you say it's prejudice. That's what I'm saying. I say I've been told it's racism, but it doesn't bother me. And racism doesn't bother me per se because I don't know. I've been around it, but not to the extent that you guys are talking about. Because I've always lived in the Northeast near New York, which is more progressive. So I don't really know about it. I know what I'm
Well,
told. So I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah. I
For me,
mean, well,
it's different for me.
you know,
You know.
racism is an interesting topic, you know, and it intersects with a lot of things, right? Intersects with a lot of people. But what I was getting at more today is following up on the same thought as yesterday, and that is, if you do experience a form of racism, let's say, uh, let's say you live in an area where folks don't like people that wear, big hats. They just don't like that, and but there's some people that's wearing the big hats because that's the kind of hats they make. They make those kind of hats good. They have the tools to make those hats, and those hats keep them warm because the other hats don't fit. Doesn't do the same. It doesn't work for them. But the masses, the majority of the people don't like big hats, right? Obviously, part of your identity is going to be created by that experience, who you are, because you have to struggle and you have to survive through that experience. So that becomes part of your identity. So when we look at um, blackness per se, right? And who has the right to identify, or better yet, who has the right to tell someone that they can't identify as that? They're actually, in a way, telling them they don't have the right to defend themselves from a form of racism that they actually get confronted with.
I guess that's what I go
Isn't that
through.
what happened to you yesterday? Like somebody trying to tell you you can't
Yeah, she
identify as, they're
kept,
trying to get
well,
you to explain your
you heard it.
genealogy and all kinds of stuff, right?
She tried to keep telling me that in other words, I took it as her meaning telling me, she kept saying, okay, you're biracial, you're biracial. No, I'm not biracial. I have a black father and a black mother,
Yeah, and it
and
has. Go ahead.
I think she took it to be, I think she took the blackness to be the skin color. That's what I think people take it to be. And I tell people it's not about being, you don't have to be the color black to be black. And I think that's where the mistake, where people come in with it. You
Right,
don't
because
have
look, it says here in the scientific racist aspect of it, Carl Linnaeus, it's Africans first of all, and one of the traits is black, lazy, sluggish, neglectful. But even that black is not an exact black. It's not like they measured it and was like, they could mean, it morphs. It doesn't stay finite. The term, the description doesn't stay finite. It adjusts for the times, for the usage, for the place. You see what I mean? So one black person could be a little bit lighter than the other black person. One black person's nose can be a little broader than the other black person's nose. One black person's hair could be a little more kinkier than the other black person's hair. You see what I'm saying? Um, so, and it even gets deeper into like what people just, it doesn't have an end to how it can be used. It's just another term.
Now look,
Terms get
now look
replaced.
in the look in the chat. Look in the chat. An
Mhm.
example of prejudice of trying to be racist but have no power whatsoever. Pull up one of them comments there about is it the black man is superior to the white man or something like that, which
Oh,
I
where the
think
hell is
that's
that
what.
at? Where's that
Yeah,
at?
Wait a minute.
You see that?
Excuse me. I have to leave for a minute. I got to answer my door. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Okay.
yeah, your door was ringing for a while now. They're probably gone by now, pumpkin. All right, respect. But the wow, whoever's there must be a
Where's that
skeleton or
comment?
something. Yeah, the well, there was a comment there about is it Ishmael or something, or someone was trying to use the Bible or some sort of religious thing to get
Oh,
their
black
point
is
across.
Hamitic. Okay, black is Hamitic and
Can we put it up
Semitic.
so everyone can see, VB, please? So
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, yeah. Wait a second. You talking about this
um
one?
yeah, look at this now. So all black Muslims from Ishmael are superior. Facts in the Quran and Bible. Now let me tell you something, yeah? The black man is not in control of Islam. The black man's not in control of Christianity either. Those things are spearheaded by not by blacks. Blacks do not control any part of that Islam religion. They're a part of it. They're a part of it. They're a part. But
Well,
you see, but this view here cannot be. cannot be executed. This is just saying something. This is trying to be racist but not have the power to even activate it. It's weak.
It's a little off
And they're
topic
both.
too. It's off topic, because
Well, no, it's not off topic because it is. I think this is this not. Well, no, because it's a black sister. It's one of our sisters,
Is
one
it?
of my brothers
Oh,
and
okay.
sisters, right? That is coming out with this. Okay,
Is it? I
right?
don't know.
Because some people say
Chihuahua.
Ishmael was black. I
Oh,
understand
okay.
that,
I see what you
right?
mean.
Ishmael was black,
Maybe.
but they're going into the same way the white man gonna go into the Bible and say that they are superior, and they can use scriptures for that. That's how they
Right.
used to do their thing. They used to support
Yeah,
it with
that's true.
scriptures, right?
Right.
Right. But who
The word.
could be, Yeah, let Ralph jump up. But yeah, so
Yeah, that's true. That's a weird comment. I saw the comment, but
it's
you
fair.
know,
Don't block them, please, VB. Don't block no one because look, this is
yeah,
freedom of speech, man. And we're all gonna try and get the look. I'm not saying I'm 100% right either, but man, come on. Is the black man the ruler of Islam? Nah. That to me, Islam is Arabs. They run that, right? Christianity, white people run that. They run it, and we're just taking part of say their ways, and we have our own ways before, and we were acting a lot better before religion came in, I believe, because even within religion there's racism. It's a fact. It's a fact. And even now you're going to have black people now going to be using the same sort of tactics that have put us in this position, and they're going to use it onto someone else. The things don't work like that. It's not to say it's like the Planet of the Apes. We're gonna, Planet of the Apes. We're gonna be in charge, and all the white people are gonna be in chains. No. I'm not into that. I'm not into that. I'm talking about break all the chains. You know what I mean? Free up everybody. Everybody must get the same opportunity as each other. Because we're all as good as each other. We're all
What you
born
mean?
naked.
Hey, what you mean by when you say get rid of religion though? Like that don't even make sense.
No, I never said that, Ralph. But listen, let me be clear
Like
with you, Ralph. Yeah,
you
well, you see,
saying like
no, hang on.
Christianity. You saying like
No, I never said
Christianity.
that. No, let's be clear. I didn't say that.
Okay.
Did I
Well,
say that, Ralph?
what you said is on that lines of saying if you're
No.
getting rid of
Hang on. No. 1 second.
no,
All
you
right. Let me
didn't
say.
fully you did
Let me
not
repeat
fully
what I
say
said.
that, but it does incline that when you
No,
say
that's how
like
you. That's how you deciphered it.
well,
Okay, fair enough.
what are our laws ran on in our system? Like our government systems, our laws here, laws there in other countries. What are they mostly? The laws ran off of their religion, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying getting rid of their laws as well if they're running
I
their
never
system.
said. You keep
I'm
saying
just
something I didn't say. No, I
I'm
didn't
saying it's
say that, bro.
inclining that. It's inclining
No,
that.
it's not inclining. That's how you listen. We don't talk. That's
Explain it.
your interpretation. Listen to me. You ask me a question. Let me answer. Because you come up and you're telling me something I didn't say. I never said that. I said I believe that before religion, black people were better off. That's my opinion. Now go on.
I'm still using the same system. If you look at like the pyramids and all those things, those things giving a spiritual belief to a religious system of life and death. So those are still governed by laws. And if we get rid of that religious spiritual system, which we all have energy to, what are we about? What are we? What kind of world are we going to create with that?
No, I understand what you're saying, Negro Ralph. And I had the same conversation with someone. I was in the print room, and this lady, she was an English lady, and I said to her, do you read the Bible stories to your son? She just looked at me like, what? No. So I was kind of shocked. So I started to think, well, yes, where would we be without religion? But look, let me tell you where we can be. Okay. Let me tell you where we can be, because we still got the core people. People know wrong and right. We have a conscience, yeah. So we all know right and wrong, right? So religion
No,
just
I don't believe that.
that's your opinion. That's your
Yeah.
opinion. That's your single opinion, okay? And whoever, yeah, fine. People know wrong. So people don't have a consciousness, Negro Ralph,
Yes,
that separates us
but
from the
yes,
animals.
but everybody consciousness
So
is
why
not
did
on
you
the
just
same,
say that that's not right?
because everybody consciousness is not on the same level. You wouldn't
That's
think
the
to be you wouldn't think to be a cannibalist, right? But then there's other people who eat people. You
no, but
wouldn't think.
hang on.
No, listen,
But
listen. Let me explain. You said this. Now let me see. Would you like to eat someone?
no, listen to me now. Listen to me
Nah,
now.
nah. You asked me a
Whether I
question. Now
know,
let me go
I'm
ahead and.
answering.
Yeah.
You want me to
Okay. Go
answer
ahead.
or
Go
what?
ahead. Go ahead.
You don't want
Go
me to
ahead.
answer?
You asked me a question. I wasn't finished elaborating.
No, but you was okay. Go on. But you was asking
Okay.
me a question.
Okay. Okay.
Go on.
All
Carry
right.
on.
So look, and I'm not really good with putting this all together, but I'm just saying this is why I say consciousness is not the same with everybody, because you take away worldwide systems by your input of things instead of their way of living, right? So if they have traditions they've been following and you want to break that amongst the world, what type of person are you? That's my question back.
Here there now. Here there now. Okay, but listen, Ralph, you've been saying quite a few things, you know. I've been listening to you. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you, and I always see you as my brother, but I don't think a lot of the things you say are 100% correct, to be honest. But we'll part that up. So anyway, so what was the question you was asking me? So I didn't say you gone back again to that. I'm not saying that you must get away from religion. I never said that, right? So okay, for an example, so you're saying without religion we can't continue.
Yes, I'm saying that
Okay,
without a source of believing that can be something greater than
okay,
you within yourself or within yourself that's out of
perfect,
you, getting to it, you wouldn't want to
perfect.
just because if someone's mentally ill, you can't tell them what's good and bad to them if they're not fully conscious of what they're doing. And then you can't tell someone how dramatic to act out of emotions when they lose themselves or when they're feeling unwanted,
Okay,
unneeded. Hold on. People make unconscious decisions thinking they have a plan. Then you find out things don't go as planned. Now, when you have a plan and a system orchestrated by what you know is wrong, of laws,
mm,
of good and bad, then you have a conscious decision of what you want to make as a person, no matter what system you're living in.
right. So you asked me about the cannibalism as well. So the cannibalism. Now I'll put it this way. Now you say some people eat people. Okay, right. So if I was in a certain situation, I might have to eat someone. I might have to eat someone. I might have to. It's not that I want to, but given a certain situation, you may have to do certain things. Now, also back to this religion. Religion, the world wasn't always under religion. So what happened to all those people? Those people were what were they, Ralph? They were just like killing each other and was utter chaos, right?
No, the world always been under religion, right? Even with animals, um, even with people to since no one know how man was made, but man is here. But since we know man is here, man has principles and laws under what's right and wrong. So it gives you a feeling,
Okay.
and that feeling must be because of someone. I don't want to sound now. Y'all be like, oh, he's pseudo, but I believe
No, but
spirituality should not be
okay.
mythology. Just like certain things in anatomy shouldn't be confirmed, like chakra, things like that. Those are belief of enlightenments of achievements with yourself. You know what I'm saying? So if you believe you want to stay at a low level of achievement, but have a high mindset of what you are, you won't see the world as what it is, because we are not the
Okay.
same, but we are all the same.
Right. So you've just said. right? Now
Yeah,
you've got a higher knowledge now, right? And you just said that animals have a religion. Now, please
Mhm.
show me which animal is under some religion. Please show me that right now, Ralph.
Well, it's under the religion of nature.
No,
It does a cultural thing with nature that it allows it to do, right? So, uh,
mm-mm.
if you allow
The
yourself to
answer
go
is
to, if
there
you
is
allow
no.
yourself to
The
wake
answer
up,
is
listen,
Ralph.
listen, listen, listen. Let me compare.
No, no.
No, I have to. You ask me, now I have to finish it out.
That's
Now,
information. That's
listen.
disinformation.
People, listen. It's witchcraft, not a religion or a cult.
You're moving from the question. I
No, I
asked you
asked you
which
a question,
animal.
Dan, bro. Now
Which
you got to
animal?
you have to take this beating. I'm gonna get to that. Every
You
one of
can't
them.
beat nothing, brother. You're chatting
Okay,
Every one
rubbish.
look,
of them.
look, check this out. I
He
Which
changed the
getting
title.
aggressive, and
animal?
I'm
Which
trying to be
animal
Hold on,
is
formal.
hold
under
on,
You see, I'm trying
religion?
to be formal, and he's zapping
hold
out
on,
on me.
hold on, both of y'all, 2 seconds. I just changed the title of the live now to because since I can see it's gotten a little off track, and that's okay because maybe people don't
He's
want to
coming up here
stick to that
talking his
specific
nonsense, man.
thing. You know what I mean? And that's okay. So there's a little bit of time where we discuss some of that, so people can feel free to kind of go at it how they want to go at it now.
Yeah.
So go ahead,
I've never
continue.
seen an animal under
Well,
no
turn up. I'll
religion.
listen to him. Turn up. Go ahead, turn up.
I'm not turning
I'll
up,
show you
bro.
decor.
You're saying something that is untrue. It's untrue, Ralph. Now, first you're trying to say that you're under some. You think that you see this is where the religious has got us. You see, thinking that we're better than other people and thinking that we know it all. Now I'm here to learn, right? But
Mhm.
Ralph, you've just made a statement that is you cannot prove, and I've never seen it myself, Ralph. So I don't know how you've been enlightened by this information, and I haven't. What makes
Okay.
you on a higher level of understanding than me? What, because you're
Well,
American?
I'm not. No, I'm not even saying. I never
Or
said
because you're
that.
religious?
Never said that. So look, check this out. You said a lot of things earlier, and I would just like to start off with the animals since you said that. Let me calm my nerves real quick. So so as we think about this, right? Everything has a vibration, a rhythm to it, right? And I asked you a question about witchcraft. Is witchcraft like is nature? And they practice nature, things like that. So with snakes, cats, birds, ox, they all part of our zodiac signs, these things like that. A lot of these things show grace in nature and how they move, okay, within their culture and how they get women, how they survive, how they actually control their economy, okay? Even insects as well. All right. So that's the vibration and the rhythm system of good and bad. Because if ants don't like their queen, they take their queen over. Bees too. Colonies turn on each other if it's not righteous. Okay. So now we gotta get to a system of aggressiveness, right? Do you have key, strong testosterone and mental mind to control your emotions, right? If you do that, you'll always show grace and save someone. We see different kind of animals saving animals they should kill and eat or hanging out with, you know? And the fact that it can be domesticated. All right. So that has to show some level of God-like key. God, human, and animals all share the same bond in the key of life, just like they showed you with the Lion King. I'll rest my case right there. Oh yeah, and I am spiritual, religious, and I believe everyone has a key to themselves to unlocking someone else. And I never say anyone is better mentally. Some people just are more mentally stable.
Sure. We're all becoming. We're all becoming.
Jay, you
Well,
there?
I guess I need a
Yeah.
bomb drop there. I need a bomb drop. I need some
If you ever get a bomb
Megatrons.
drop, if you
I
ever
need
get a
a
bomb drop, if you ever get a bomb drop on what you just said, if you ever get a bomb drop, you see, brother, listen, Ralph.
I'm
Oh,
listening.
Ralph, man, never judge the book by the.
I don't know what that bomb shit
You
was
gave
dropped
him a
for,
bomb, VB.
but you got
You
it
Yes.
gave him a
anyway.
bomb for saying that animals are a part
Hey
of a
yo,
religion.
you ever love the way the elephants kneel down and pray and bow to
Sakaba.
each other? You ever watch
Where they
how?
pray,
I'm better than
Hey,
Ralph,
listen, man.
man.
Yo, you gotta understand the abilities of animals, man. You got to.
Ralph. So the
Well,
elephant
you was
pray.
trying to kick them out. You
Okay.
was trying to kick them out to humanity. Now, what if it was an animal? What if it was a world where God said, "Hey, look, animals, unleash y'all wrath on us." We would have to
But
use nuclear weapons on animals, man. How that feel? How that make you feel?
Ralph, they already use racism on the animals. The scriptures puts human beings
Yeah,
at the top.
yeah,
They
you know
put
what I'm saying.
your
Yeah.
religions that you're saying. They say, okay,
Hold
they
on.
say
Don't
that
say
they
my
made
religion
human
that I'm
beings.
saying because you don't know what I follow. So don't say my religion. I don't put that out there. I'm just using facts of life. Don't do that to
Yeah,
me.
but that might be
Don't tell me no
your
what religion I'm
experience.
using.
Look, I don't. I'm asking. Well, okay,
You've been
well,
throwing a lot of
I'm
shots
asking.
at me. You threw a lot of shots because I don't imply my lifestyle on nobody but my family.
No, I never. No, man, you're paranoid. Now listen. Anyway, look, go back to the animals. See, now you're saying that the animals pray, and you got a bomb dropped. I just can't believe it. And look, we all heard it here today, and the man's accusing me of all kinds of stuff. I don't know where that's coming from. I've
What I
never
accuse you of?
accused you of ever. What did you just say 2 seconds ago?
And
That
you
I'm
gonna ask
putting you
me
into a
what
box.
I
I never
accused
put you
you of.
into
You
a
gotta
box.
tell me. You heard what I said. So tell me what I accused you of.
You just said that I said I was putting you in a pigeonhole to say that you was a certain religion. I wasn't saying that. I wasn't
Yeah,
saying that.
you said in the
Yeah,
religion
Ralph,
of pop.
I didn't do
Jade is
that,
saying
Ralph.
you're misinterpreting
You
his
see what I
comments.
mean?
Jade.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
what he
He's
said.
saying that
Mhm.
since he's come on,
What the guy
since
got
he's
to
come
say?
on, he said that I've
Let's
said
get a
this,
third
and I've
party.
never said it. I've never
Here's a
said it.
third.
Okay, yo,
Okay,
Mal,
you said you
let's
never
let
said it. I'm sorry if
Can
you
I
didn't
chime in?
say that. I'm sorry. Brother, I'm sorry. I do not encourage male
I
violence,
didn't say that, Ralph.
harm. But I want to hear what he has to say.
okay, let Mal Kai Ma Nai say something for a second. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Maui Ka La Kaimana. That's my name. But no, I just was thinking that where we started, I think, was I think Ralph, you mentioned um, that you were concerned with the idea of removing religion from a people, our peoples that have, essentially, you know, have it as part of their being and part of their culture.
Right? Yeah, I did. I did.
And I feel like that's where you responded um, from Rojade. I get that right, bro? Rojade, right?
I
I
don't
think
know who
that's
that
where
is.
you're responding
Yeah.
from that, Ralph, was thinking that Jade was implying to get rid of religion.
Yes.
But I don't think necessarily that's where he was going, and that's my interpretation from my
Well,
angle.
I've heard him on our
And then
show.
kind
He
of went,
making fun of.
and then it went where it went.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I heard him say other words.
But you know
Making
what?
fun of certain
Wait,
type of religion.
okay, hold on
So
now. Wait a second. But since you went on that
When did I
topic
make
there,
fun?
hold on, Jay, because since he interpreted it that way, okay, it might be interesting to discuss this now. Do you think
We are.
maybe there's parts of religion that's out there, modern religion or any religion that's practiced that is racist and should be banned? At least parts of certain religions, parts of certain practices. I mean, do you? Because clearly here we see that there's some things, that may be intended
It's
or
a
maybe
slippery
unintended.
slope.
Huh?
I believe that's a slippery slope, thinking that one can control anyone's religion. I think that's what Brother Ralph was responding to, was that same idea or intention of controlling people's liberty of their religion. So
Right.
me personally,
that is my
I am very
standpoint, but
open to
it is
everyone's
manipulated. That is my
practicing their
standpoint.
religion.
It is
You
my
know,
standpoint, but it is manipulated. It is manipulated through our laws and
but
constitutions
certainly
here in America.
religion has reinforced a racial system.
It
Can't
has.
deny that.
That's right. That's right. But in other
So
countries,
how do
as
we heal our culture? Because I think ultimately what it's dependent on is the value system, not religion anymore as much. I think spirituality is your inner practice, but I think as a society, in regard to laws, what we're really talking about is our value systems,
Right.
and whether
Yeah.
we're all kind of on board with the same value systems, which I think at this point in 2024, I would hope that we are. You can see that clearly that is also, you know, not well with the status of all the death that has happened going back to COVID. I mean, this has been a long run of souls, being lost, and it breaks my heart. So, how do we come back together as a family? Is my goal, what I would want to see manifesting into the world. That
Hmm. Yeah. Okay. That's a good.
uh,
Yeah.
one love.
I understand
uh,
you. I understand you.
well, my response to that is more like is that is seen from so many different views of cultures. Okay, in America, especially it's very different through white and black eyes through
Nothing wrong.
the story has been put here in America. A lot of things I don't believe we didn't discussed on this channel. I'm very far left with my thinking, but I'm never saying I'm
Mhm.
far right either. You know what I'm saying? Too far from that. And so
I have
here when you
conservative
when you
values for sure
when you have
too.
our American values put into Christianity, ran through a European system, unfairly still to this day with uh uh I guess I'd say that the health and wealth and just provision of our country is misused. So we will never get that right there. But if we understand our values, which was given to us as American Christians, the values we had to, value our country and our people better, you know, that'll also
Mhm.
strengthen us as a unity in America. Now we have other countries, right, where they have their own things, their own separations. Even though our culture also practice, many different religious systems here too as well. Uh, but we have laws here that state that you can't practice those systems to a strong belief because it will become a cult or it will become some type of unlawful situation. Now, and we understand the situation with us as Black Americans here or Negroes here. Uh, the things we built has been torn down and never reparated. Not even talking about slavery after slavery, just as well. Now, if
Mhm.
they have records of those things,
Oh
can
yeah.
you make the playing field evenly? That's a godly situation, I would say, with America. And I think it'll make our economy so much stronger. It will outblast China. Okay. Um,
Oh yeah.
now if we look at other foreign countries which have policies and their laws and their religion, right? They're more concerned with strict ways of living for peace. They have more of a peaceful mindset instead of worrying about I gotta go, trap hard, get it out the mud like Americanized ways, right? You know what I'm
Be
saying?
spiritual.
So
Yeah.
when you're looking for a self enlightenment, it's easier to say a third world country or a religious system or a uprighteous, law abiding way of life where people can live systematically equally will be way less more crime, way more
Yeah.
dedication and love to your foundation, your community. Um,
Mhm.
so that's why you can't get rid of that religious mindset with places because it's already been embedded in the system of laws.
Yeah.
Now I feel there's a big
Dynamics.
difference. I feel there's a big difference in how you view what you understand in your Bible, your Quran, your whatever you're picking up. You know what I'm saying? If you want to believe
Spiritual.
Kemet, if you want to believe Kemet is really telling you about aliens, your anatomy, how you've been made, how you couldn't create this. This is a system of math and science, and this is what you was formulated from out of, because you get everything out of it, and all math was made from rule of thumb, hand, and all this stuff. Metrical system, some stuff that's showing you from outer space that you can look through a microscope and see yourself, and then not say, hey, is this real? Astrology and astronomy? Why are they giving you these zodiacs? Why? And you choose to ignore that, a part of all systems of life, good, bad, evil, karma.
Everything is numbers, ain't it?
If you don't want to and put all those things into yourself, learn how to love and let go, you can't fully understand what people do in life. You're selfish. That's I feel you're becoming a selfish person. And I just had a situation that made me feel less unselfish to, help me, help broaden minds,
We're all growing. We're all growing, baby. All becoming. All
hmm
becoming. Yep. Give yourself a break. Keep growing.
And you
Keep
can do that separated and together.
yep. I wanna roll
So
with you. I wanna go with you.
How did
Like
you
if you
how did you receive this religion, Ralph? How did black
well,
people get into Christianity?
just learning and accepting other people. Couldn't be no more than that. It couldn't have been no more simpler than that, right? So
Okay,
if
so
I
that's
got a
it.
good heart, or if I'm in a system that I'm in, right, and it's teaching me to love thy neighbor, you know what I'm saying? And somebody comes into you, they look like they need help, and you're fortunate, you would do something, right?
paying it forward,
Then what if they start
community.
telling you about themselves, right, and you get vulnerable, and you start talking back, and y'all start understanding each other? Say it was a woman, and a woman started telling you about herself, and what you gonna do? Y'all gonna hit that and talk about it, and then pass things down culturally, right? Say if it was
Yeah,
a
you
brother,
gotta
you probably would have
heal
paid,
the
yo, this
culture.
my dog, man. I know this dude. This how you thought. You know what I'm saying? What's up? And you start to meet more people like that. Ain't no more simpler than that. Or I'm more mad at you, I'm
Yeah.
gonna take over your spot and enforce it. Just like when somebody wants your girl. You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
Be the
That's
reality
your world.
ones.
That's your country. That's your peace. That's why it calls you,
Be it.
like Israel. Your country is your woman. You know what I'm saying? Your life is your rock. You know what I mean?
Yo, let me
Like
ask you a
what you
question.
gonna do on your solid ground?
Yeah, I hear you, Ralph. I don't think anybody has any response to what you're saying, or retort, you could say. But let me ask
Vibe with you. Vibe with you,
Mal
Ralph.
Kai Lai Kama. Yo, what's your background, if you don't mind?
My background specifically. What do you mean by background? Where am
Like
I from?
education or where you from? Yeah, that kind of thing.
I have my bachelor's degree in social science, secondary ed. Uh, my parents are from Hawaii, Army brat,
Oh,
and
okay, okay.
very Hawaii for its time, definitely the international hub of the world. Grateful for that. Being Hawaiian, that means you're all my family. Believe it.
Mhm. You been on YouTube
Ohana.
long? Wow.
I'm old. I'm almost 40, bro.
Okay, okay,
I've been playing the YouTube game for a minute. You know,
okay, okay, okay. I'm just curious about that. All right, all right.
musician. I'm a musician. I found my African in the music, the bass, the beat. Found myself there. It's like, oh yeah, there I am. But there's lots of me, just like there's lots of you. You know, that's why I'm trying to open my mind and hopefully others to the reality. Who are you? Are you your word? Who
Are
are
you
you?
what? Are you your what? Say that
Are
again.
you your word? Are you your word?
Oh,
Right?
are you
Are
your?
you on time?
Okay,
Everything's
okay.
numbers.
Yeah,
Everything's
yeah,
numbers. Right? Are you in the
yeah.
flow? Hmm? You groovy? Right? And that, for me, is my African spirit in the flow. It's all in the music, baby. The truth is in the music. You want to know who you are, where you come from? Listen to the music. Truth is in there. They can't hide that from you. You wrote the song, Africa. You were the song. Yeah, and it's true. And I found myself, you, in the beat, on the bass, baby. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, but you
My
know,
spirit
on Earth,
fingers.
man, the people that.
I got these from Senegal. I'm grateful. Thank you,
Oh, you got what?
Yeah.
What is
ancestors.
that?
My spirit fingers, baby. These things are
Yeah.
alive, man. You know?
So
I
the
don't
man
play
is
them. They play
connecting,
themselves.
which is real.
Resonating, vibrating, harmonizing, jamming.
That's right.
Hey,
I
have you
mean,
ever been in the military?
Me, no.
Oh, okay.
Military brat. I'm about peace.
Oh,
he said he's
military
a
brat.
Acquiring
musician.
exposition.
Okay, I got
Yeah.
you. Okay, okay, I see.
So he's talking about the African spirit,
Social
you know,
scientist.
social scientist. He did
Community-est.
say that. So we're
So,
talking about the African spirits, you know, the spirit of
Yeah.
being African, and it's something that does possess people across the globe. And music was definitely a form. Shout out to David. Music was definitely a form how we came out of a lot of bondage. We used music, we expressed ourselves with music, and it's fair to say,
Dance and pray.
uh, yeah, we were kind of were the founders of that kind of magic, spreading that magic across the world.
Mhm.
The um, the um, the African,
We're all
the
dancers.
African
Going back to Africa.
type of music was very touching to the soul and to your spirit. Now, this is where I am, I am pro Africa. I'm pro all my people getting together across the world and knowing that they're from Africa, right? And there was a time before religion in Africa, and we were uh, doing various ways of expressing spirituality, or as people call it, a religion. So to me, religion is kind of like a new term, you know. Um, so way of life. But I'm not 100% sure. Um, the I would like to be clear on the positives of religion. I understand the positive things that religion has has had on the black population, but I can also look at the negative effect what it's had on our people.
I remember I said something earlier about the rhythm, right? He said he got his spirit fingers. He said they no longer he don't play no more. He did all you gotta do is touch the keys and just go his eventually start playing something. You know what I'm saying? And you said, are you on the drums or what? What instrument you play?
Primarily the guitar, but I've been learning the drums and the bass and
You-
loving it.
Uh
Loving it.
uh
And I want
I
everyone to learn their instruments that they invented in
mm.
Africa. Take your
No,
power back.
I don't say don't just say in Africa. No, because look, that's my issue with things right there, right? So there are certain frequencies from every location. Uh, Now things
Sure,
might come out of a
sure, sure,
location, but
sure.
you know, there's certain vibrations that other cultures can do that others can't.
You're right.
Okay.
You're right. Mm-hmm.
And
Sure.
one thing I understand about rhythm, right? Someone can be
Mm.
offbeat all the time, but that's their rhythm, their natural offbeat rhythm.
Yes,
Um,
good point.
and somebody
Yep.
can always be on point,
That's where I got mine. It's
You
from
see?
Senegal. My rhythm. That's my gift.
So
So that's how I identify with music. But you're right, Ralph.
okay.
Certainly, frequencies come from all over the world. You're 100% correct on that.
Can
Mhm.
I ask you
I
a
was just
question when you
learning
finish, Ralph, please?
mine.
After
Okay, yeah, okay. And this
Oh, sorry.
dang, what was the second thing? The second thing, all right, cultural dance moves is well. You said the music will play, but the dance moves to the movements. If you can't move yourself to that beat as you play, then you're not spiritually possessed by which you incline, you know? Okay? It's not something that's something from outside, it's something from inside. This was already in you, just went maximized. You know what I'm saying? I had a moment in life when I was playing ball. I couldn't believe what I was doing in my prime. You know what I mean? It was a moment, you know, but I understood because I was so dedicated into uh being outplayed by everyone and end up going God mode. So I understood the rhythm I was in. You know what I mean? Um, so you know you gotta understand when is your time. Some people understand the time of rhythm when it's being passed. And my final question is to you: do you understand when did you unlock yours? What time was yours when you were unlocking?
Like within the last year, maybe. This I've had songs that I've been working on for 20 years, Ralph. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but that's part of my Maori spirit is being a navigator, going on that adventure, and that's I go on my adventures with my strengths, you know, and find myself in that. But for sure, what I know my gift is when I'm playing the music, where I'm at, is in the rhythm, and I had my aha kind of awakening moment when I was doing some research because I did ancestry DNA, and I'd be happy to share that with you guys if you want, all over the world. But specifically, what was a surprise was finding out my Senegalese lineage, which still not 100% clear on, but from my research, seeing it's certainly was a hub of the slave trade. So I'm assuming that's probably my relationship in the story.
Mm-hmm.
But learning about
And
Senegalese
let's
history,
not
great
to cut you off.
wrestlers and rhythmic,
Oh, okay,
right?
excuse me, not to cut you off, but we can't always assume it was a slave trade. Sometimes we might want to say it was a convenient job opportunity, such as these people might have just left and went to go find places, women, jobs elsewhere, you know, and it could
It's
be
true. It's true.
manipulated as these were slaves. You know what I'm saying?
Say
Because
that again, Ralph. Say that again.
we need to be careful on how we use our mindset of saying just identifying a lot of things to the slave trade because these could just be people traveling, you know, looking for new life opportunity and things. Because if we want to call it just Africa, that was my issue with. I was trying to state if we want to call it just Africa, when it was a bigger land mass, these people were still doing these same things, just in one whole until it was separated. Now you just have opportunities of doing things separately the same way, separated. That's what I was saying earlier.
Whatever they was doing, they was still humping.
Right. And people still find a
Fact.
way to get around and still hump and navigate waters. Just it's just people running the navies, people who understand the air,
Just a
people
little
understand the
joke.
ground.
Sorry.
So, so am I right by
I do
you
have a
saying
thesis
that?
though I could add though. Oh, go ahead. Oh, wait.
Oh, go ahead. No,
So
no, go ahead. Go. Hold on.
so,
Let's hear it from. Go ahead, Mal. What is it?
So
Continue.
my lineage, my African lineage, definitely comes from my grandmother, whose name was Nani, and
Ah, so she got a
so
Senegalese name.
she had the Senegalese name. And who is a nanny? Who is a nanny traditionally in the context of the slave trade?
Oh, you mean it? Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's true.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
a mammy.
Okay.
And yeah, and yeah, which I'm processing. You know, but we probably a lot of us can relate to this story, and it's my opinion. I'm just shooting this out there as a thesis, educated guess. I don't have any proof yet, but my assumption would be that through COVID, um, DNA was certainly accumulated, and it wouldn't surprise me if our countries were aware who their slaves were. And I'm sure, like a lot of wealthy people, they're going to keep records of it. So it's all. fairly confident it's all out there. That information is out there. So you, just the royal you, could potentially find out literally
So,
what
so
your
look,
story is.
I know we, I want Jade to say something, but look, we have a show me and VV did about the slave trade in America. It's on this channel. I spoke on that. You're gonna see. I really believe I show a different thought pattern on that. So if you would like to check that out, it's not too long. It's probably an hour
Sure.
40, but it's real
Yeah, let's
entertaining.
talk about it now. I'd like to hear it.
Well, I didn't want you to forget your point. You wanted to say it first, so I didn't want to give you the floor.
No, no,
I would
no,
just
go
wanted
for
to
it. I've
add to
already
that.
been cut off already, so it's cool. But I did ask you a question, but that's cool. But no, I would like you to continue the dialogue with the brother as well. I'm just going to listen, and yeah, I would like to hear a bit more about that, Ralph, if you don't mind,
And look,
my
man, I'm
brother
sorry
Ralph.
about that. Like I said, I would love to give you your time. You know what I'm saying? And and look, when you feel free to cut me off, jump in there, and throw something at me. I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna hear it. Because
I'm playing jazz, baby.
it
Jazz.
pushes my thought pattern. So
Yeah, we're vibing.
uh,
We're jamming.
and I'm not gonna say you're wrong either. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna say, we just gonna dialogue. You know.
Yeah.
Uh, so
Yep.
so
Together.
so
Communicate.
in America, right? Native Americans, blacks, and white owned slaves. We had a population, we had a system, we had a banking, we have records. Okay,
Yep.
you had to have a receipt,
Hmm.
and it also social security numbers, birth certificates. Also have identification verbiage for who you are as a person. Like some of us and our grandparents might have Negro or something else, according to Negro Native or natives that was cut out of uh, American policies. That's what before they came American Native Americans instead of just natives. Okay, who didn't sign certain treaties. But all of these people owned slaves, right? So let's say if we had a population of Virginia that had 1.5 million, you know what I'm saying, 56,000 people would have been there in a system that would could have owned one or two slaves or had a situation where they had, a slave or two, or some people might end up to have 10, 20, 30, 200, you know, people who, you know, could populate a society, make laws, run things. A lot of these people were black and whites. Some Native American that were setting policies inside of Congress as well to pass laws, you know, to see how they was going to sell their land and their estate. Okay, not knowing how much it would be worth, but they did it. You know, so that's kind of like the bogus story of Pocahontas. You know what I'm saying? If they really want to take it from a kid's point of view, how you integrate, get to learning, loving each other. You know what I'm saying? Not understanding what systems are being implied. But that's your consciousness of learning. Uh, so now let's get to the economy with things. Now we have religious views of people who propose hate, and we have good. So we have Klan, we have Panthers, somewhat coming into the African Episcopal more way of learning churches. It was semi had African values but American ways. These people played a bigger part in government. Now, within this type of government, the system applies to the state, and if the state don't apply the laws because of their religious views, like today, the Ku Klux Klan can still ride down I-95 and not be considered a gang or a cult with police enforcement. But you can watch Hebrew Israelites on the streets getting harassed by police and each other. Amazing, right? So it shows some type of supremacy here, and our laws are bound by those type of supremacies. Okay, and it still shows the same mind state of slavery when it comes to the economics with jobs and imprisonment, even down to your drivers having insurance. So they make sure that you abide by the law as well. So more now, the way of God is implied, but it's more law of the land. You know, They're gonna make you do good, but they're gonna make you do good through penalties. And who does penalties hurt the most? Low income people, because they will have to do their worst and their best to get out of those situations. So it's
Mm.
still a form of slavery here. So uh, a reparation wouldn't really work if the laws don't change, because they just imply more stricter laws.
Mm. Yeah, didn't look at it like that. But a good perspective.
Yeah, keep going, Ralph. Keep going,
Yeah,
brother.
This
question.
might be somewhat off.
Question.
Okay,
Oh,
Vibing.
okay,
go
sorry,
ahead.
Ralph. Sorry, my bro.
You
Sorry.
vamping, man.
Go ahead.
You
Go ahead. Go ahead.
vamping.
Go ahead.
You don't mind, do you, Ralph? Yeah, greetings, Ralph. I was listening to. I'm just gonna say one thing, and I'm gonna ask you a question. Um, I spent many hours listening to the great conversation that happened yesterday, and I feel the first conversation was good. As I think they're all good. They're all different. But
Well, the
when you came
conversation
on
yesterday
the
was great, man. It was great. It was on point. It
one
was
sec,
useful.
yeah, before I forget yeah, I'm so sorry, VB. I'm just gonna because I'm gonna forget what I was gonna. Sorry, my bro. What you see, Ralph come on and he was in agreement with Cat, and him and Cat started to. whew, uh, seems as if she got the wrong end of the stick of because Ralph was agreeing with her, and then they fell out. Which I don't think they really fell out. But that was what I made of that yesterday. I just wanted to point that one out. And also my question was, Ralph, can you tell me what your thoughts are on the Atlantic slave trade, please? What was the Atlantic slave trade, and what where I think could you elaborate on that point, the Atlantic
All
slave
right,
trade,
so
your thoughts on the matter, please?
yeah, these just my thoughts. Not saying it's true, but what I feel is what I feel my gut feeling is, and then my heart and brain put together. It tells me that um people came here as properties, but there's no way that what they proclaimed those ships were able to do that. It's not logical. It's not sanitary. You even if you survived the ship, right, you wouldn't survive another couple of months looking like that, then being put in a worse situation again, struggling, still can't eat. Like how long will your body take that type of mental, physical illness and illnesses? Saying being, and then you gotta understand they don't even documentate that white people came here as slaves the same way. And I'm like, whoa, why just put the narrative on us? Because we clearly
Yeah,
see
but is
that.
that a motivation for you? Is that the motivation? Like the fact that somebody, I mean, people do document indentured servitude, but is that the motivation for your comment, like for or your belief that they couldn't have all the Africans couldn't have come on those ships, they couldn't survive this, they wouldn't have gone through the sickness, and is that the motivation that you think that's
No,
an
no.
equalizer?
That's probably the least. That's probably like third. If I had
Okay.
to give a top five, it would be like third. But my number one would be if the European was already in debt and looking for something and sending over people, they would have to send people as property, as collateral to come back and get their collateral and bring resources. So now if you're gonna come to me, I'm in another country, and I'll say, well, what you gonna leave here then, bro? I don't want this gold. I got gold. don't got that. I got plenty of diamonds. Who are they? What are those? Lead them here and come back with more, and I'll show you. Now we can come pick it up. Those people get sold off, shipped as slaves too. European already had their slavery, as such as which people don't talk about the barbarian slave trade.
But Ralph, you believe that people would bring goods, such as transport goods around the world, right? But not people,
People are goods at that time, and
right?
and it
So,
mean more.
but what about the rum? What about the sugar? What about
So
all that? All that would have to be
what if you
alive
already
too, right?
produced that?
Well, they took sugar from one place,
Plantation.
sent it to another place, created the rum,
Haiti,
brought that to another place.
Hawaii.
Is all that a lie too?
No, it's not a lie. Just not put into common. Well, because I don't believe common sense is common, you know. But y- farewell to that. But anyway, so I was like, if I just let's say we playing a video game, right? And we're being conquerors, and
Mhm.
I already own butters and oils, diamonds and gold, water lines, borderlines and water lines, and a wealthy, nutritious area, and I got a strong kingdom, right? What can you offer me if I have it all?
Mhm.
So, if you really want to do business with me, I got to learn to trust for you, come cool with you, and let you leave something here. I'm gonna probably look. I'm a thirsty kind of guy. I'm gonna need 20 of your baddest Jones. You feel me? I'm gonna need 20 of your strongest warriors right here at my gates, protecting it. You feel me? With my soldiers and my armor, dressed like us. You know what I'm saying? Until
Mhm.
you return, they mine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you come back with maybe I'm gonna be like, well, since you coming to me, I need triple. You know what I'm saying? I need triple what you want now, and I'm gonna give you half of what you need.
I have another question. Sorry.
Scales of
When
the
do you
law.
finish?
Go ahead.
I just wanted. Right. Perfect. Okay. Just wanted to ask you: are all black people from Africa, or are we all from African descent, or are we from another place?
Nah, we all one people. We all one people mixed into a certain situation. Uh, Now we can all argue that the Yakub story, right? But it's always been a situation where, in my head, my theory, it's all one landmass, and what came out of it is what came out of it. And however, white people were formulated, or how they came into play, uh, they still have the same uh, thought patterns, blood, bones. We might be not made the same and anatomy wise, but have the same anatomy. You know what I'm saying? But look, we all still came from the same human race or subhuman race. So
So
in that
Ralph,
case, so
Can
yeah,
I
so in that case,
can I
we
just
still in nature.
interject
Go ahead.
here while you get your map out?
yeah, go ahead, go for it. Yep.
So so this is my DNA results. I don't know if the lighting sucks, but to your puff, when we are one family. I mean, I can kind of show you just. Sorry, the lighting sucks, but
Yeah, I got mine somewhere in my email too, but I was like, man, I'm getting tired of exposing myself so much. You know what I'm saying? It makes me look like,
I
I got a lot of things out here.
I guess what I'm just trying to show you is that literally, because the lighting sucks. I'm sorry, but I'm
But
looking basically at the world and being a part, having ties to pretty much every part of it, and being Maori, which is what I am, Kanaka Maui.
mm,
I'm pretty confident I can trace my Maori lineage all the way back to West Africa and Egypt,
mm.
like most Polynesians,
So
especially the Maori,
so I got the
the All
same.
Blacks.
I have the same too. So I got 33% Nigerian, and 33% of this, but I do have Maui, Senegal, uh,
Yeah,
a lot of
we're family.
African area up in there. I forget most of them, but
Yeah.
yeah, I can pull them up too, right? But see, what I understand is it's just like a hurricane. It shows the whole route of a hurricane. People follow the end routes of a hurricane, travel back and forth. If you look at that map together, put it together, it still looks like one with ocean waves, whatever, a rock underneath, however they're supposed to be. Now let's check this out. My theory is everybody comes from the North Pole. I don't even believe we come out of Africa. I believe humans was made through the North Pole and sent out, right? So because of what we
Yeah.
got in government, right? Government implies that we can't go around certain areas, right? We can't even go, borderlines, right? But we do have a thing called the Orabellas, right? The northern and the southern Orabellas, right? Light colors, a chakra, souls, patterns, things like that. If you want to believe in spirituality,
Yeah.
uh,
Patterns. Universe
those
loves
things have
symmetry.
those things have waves and vibrations and, and things that we really don't understand that we should be understanding at this point in time. But if we had more time to research land to understand what type of things are out there, but we can expand our mind and nature and our solar system. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Oh,
And then
Ralph, let me just cut in there. Look, these are the documented ships. Travel. These are documented. These are the records. This animation is based on the records that they have, not the records that they don't have, not lost records or records that they
Thank you for
tried to
sharing.
destroy. This is what's left over. This is a hell of a
Yep.
lot of ships, bro.
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm just trying to understand, like, if you say you don't believe the people
What's
came,
this hub?
but these are real ships. So these ships were bringing something, and I'm not saying that these ships were only
mm,
bringing people,
And
of
that's
course.
Senegal in the west.
Yeah,
But
because there's another
what's on
map.
the central part of Africa? The central coast. What's getting most of the traffic? Where's that from?
There's different nations there. There's different nations. Well, this right here, down where it's
Yeah, the
coming from
steady
right
stream.
now,
The steady stream. Yeah. Where
yeah,
is
it,
that?
it moves according to the date. So you can kind of see
mm.
how
So yeah,
people migrated down the western coast, right? And
Yeah.
the
I see
activity
Just
something.
wait
changes.
for it. Just wait for it. This is just the start. Just wait and watch this thing.
But this
Watch.
isn't the only map I have. I have another map that just shows the transport of other goods
right,
from
right. Mm,
America back to Europe, you
mm-hmm.
know, so that functions
Yeah,
the same
that's
way. So
right.
there's a lot of sea travel and a lot of ships.
Caribbean big
So,
time.
You're gonna
Ralph,
see a
are
lot
you
of
saying
ships
that
now.
these ships aren't real?
We're
No, I'm not
more
saying that those ships aren't real, and
connected than
and
we
I'm
understand.
actually trying to say that that could be skewed, but I want to believe to the best of my ability. Let's say it's right. Well, Mac, let's say it's right,
These are
right?
real
Look at
documents, bro.
Brazil.
Right. I
Look at
understand. I
Brazil.
understand. I
Yeah.
understand.
Okay.
But I said I would like to believe they're
What
skewed.
is it, Brazilian?
But let's. I'm going to say they're right. Right now, if I'm looking at this at a timeline, right, certain seasons you can't cross that because of hurricanes, right? But if you're going to be implying 200, 300 ships, saying you got hundreds of thousands of people, thousands of people at a time to feed and maneuver through all of this, you will have to have a lot of, you know what I'm saying? You will have to be transporting a lot of different goods. That's why I
Well,
said, as a king,
yeah.
I would want triple of what you want, and I will give you a little bit because you're using my seas, my waves to transport. So now you got to look at the value of your ships. Are you going to crash and devalue those ships in that formation? Now, when it goes to the top from America back around to Europe, those people had to have their ships rebuilt down in that area. They would have to have certain situations where they had to, refill, cargo up, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So whoever's the ruler of that kingdom there will now have to try to pass it over. So I do believe that they were, like you say, if you look at Brazil, right? Brazil's still culture,
Angola.
and all of that area down there, it still look like it's predominantly darker skinned people, but we have a mix of lighter in a different sector in that different area. Then when you get to like, Jamaica and all of that, it's more darker, whatever, still the same. But when you get at the travels of America trying to formulate with Europe and tops of Africa, it's combined into a certain cultural pot. Now the bottom is still natural. So you get
Okay.
like the Mayans, you got like certain, temples and things like that, you know, like within Africa and other, Eastern countries, it's still somewhat,
Well,
but in
that's a
America,
that's a good
uh,
point you're raising. I mean, I'm not
y-
saying this map right here is the animation map of the records of the slave trade. This is what they have right on record. But
Thanks for
This
sharing.
is not prior to, this starts in the 1600s. Now, if you use those same waterways, I mean, they're using these waterways because they wouldn't be able to do it another way. They would be going against the wind. And obviously, these are ships that are powered by wind. So they have to go at this current. They have to take this path to be successful. It's the triangular path. You see, so it goes north too. Once it gets in America, it goes north and back up to Europe, and then back down to Africa, and then back to America again. It goes in like a circle.
Yeah,
So
yeah, they would have to go
I'm
after
not.
hurricane season.
So I'm not saying that Africans couldn't have gone from Africa to America prior to this. I'm just saying that this is the because look, let's be
It's the
honest.
data.
If you have a ship that's going to take these paths, right, and this is the path they had to take, they had to take this path. Then why couldn't anyone else before that take this same path, even by accident, even by chance,
Good point.
even by happen chance? Although there aren't records of that, I mean, the likeliness of it not happening is very, very. That would be odd to assume, to
No,
not
I don't
investigate
think
that.
that.
Maui,
I don't think that would be odd to assume because that's you have pirates.
NTN.
You got people who like to sail dangerous waters. They understand they can navigate through certain type of dangerous waters. So those are people that be robbing those ships, wrecking those ships. They went through. You got to have war. It's so much that you have to include because this is the sea now, sea wars. You know.
Yeah,
So
but pirates don't stop the show. You got pirates before this period. I mean, as you can see right now, it's 1713, so it's picking up, and it's really about to pick up.
yeah,
I mean,
Yeah, the Somalian pirates. They're not just a modern thing. The Somali
yeah,
are
there's always going to be
great
pirates.
seafaring people,
You
like
know,
most people that are on the
and you gotta think
you
they do damage with ships, things like that happen, things that. So look, I'm not saying that it's skewed, but I'm not saying that it's completely accurate because like you go to your job and you can put you did this much manual work in your computer and your computer say, well, we ran this much, but we look, you're like, this is all we got. It might have ran this much, but this is all we got. So all we got ain't what it really is. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Ghana, Angola, Senegal. Looks like are
right.
the hubs.
Yeah, yeah, it
so
is.
the insuring of the ships,
Yeah.
and you're saying people could not have survived this journey because of
Not if they were poorly treated.
nature,
Not if they were poorly treated. You will lose half your stock.
right? Which
You will lose
happened.
that.
Okay.
You're paying now. You're paying a job that you can't even. That's like being a dude who sell weed, but you smoke half of it, and you can't even make enough to get the same pack back. You $80 short of your whole pack.
It does happen. It does happen.
Well,
Well, so okay. I'm not 100%. Have you read up on the Atlantic slave trade at all,
I stopped
Ralph?
believing. I stopped believing them
Okay.
lies because it don't make sense.
All right. So it's lies. Okay. Right. So well, there you go. So that was so okay. So right. So you say that it didn't exist then, the Atlantic slave trade. Okay.
Look,
Okay.
I told you I've been ever since I've been on this show. I've been against that story plot narrative, especially when I know that this is a economy trying to grow, so anyone can serve themselves into slavery or servitude. So why would if I just said in the show where we had if you had a population of 1.5 million people in Virginia, and we had to separate that between 250 Native Americans, 180, let us say 150,000 Native Americans, uh, 200,000 blacks, and another 200,000 whites. Out of that, everybody would have had slaves. So if that was the case, why are these black folks? We have millionaire economy black folks at that time that was worth more than white people in any enslavement establishment. Why would I want to go believe that that's how many Negroes came and did that? Why? Those Europeans was being shipped as well.
Right.
Native Americans were buying those, making them lighter to cultivate themselves in European and French policies and their ways. So you got lighter Native Americans. You know what I'm saying? All these
Natives
people
were
had their
being,
own
were
kind.
being natives were in that slave trade too, for sure.
That's right.
But
And
not
they
to
bought
cut.
slaves and owned their own slaves. So why
Bumping
am I
on
just going to? So why would I want to
Narragansett.
just believe that?
Well, I'm not. I don't think the question for me it's like I don't deny those things. I don't deny that Africans would have come to the Americas before the slave trade. I don't deny that some of the Native Americans were black looking,
Scots,
features. I
Irish.
don't deny that some of the other Native Americans were involved in the slave trade. What I'm saying is that many of these other groups try to deny this, what we're seeing right here. And what I'm saying is that this is a lot of traffic to deny a population of people were taken, a
Hmm.
significant population and brought to the
And,
Americas.
and
There's
I'm
a
saying they're
lot of
not all
records.
black. That's all I'm saying. I'm just gonna say those not all Africans, all blacks. I'm saying that those are a mixture of
It's true.
Europeans and all kinds of stuff going over there.
Oh, on these ships. Well, on these ships, there had to be captains. There's probably some other people on these ships too, of course. But you know, obviously
The
in the
Irish weren't
beginning,
white yet, right?
say that
What is
again.
Yeah,
whiteness? What is
yeah.
whiteness? Right? The Irish weren't white enough yet to not be slaves. The Scots weren't,
Oh, you mean like
certainly
indentured servants or what? Or
I mean, the slave trade, they're also part of the first slaves here in the colonies were not only African, they were natives
no,
and
no,
also
yeah, but
Irish and
those are
Scots.
they're classified as indentured service, indentured slaves, indenture, not chattel.
They got that luxury for sure. They got that luxury for sure.
Well,
But
Uh,
they weren't
but
they weren't
listen,
not
white
saying that's
yet.
a
but you
great
said
thing.
they only got that luxury through American systems. But for real, when they were slaves in their region, they didn't have that luxury. They had it worse. You know what I'm saying? So for the fact of that, it only applies to the system that's in America. Now they were probably already slaves in another spot, maybe 4 or 5 years, 10 years. Who knows how long they were slaves for? You know what I'm saying? Before they actually got shipped off.
Well, they have some laws and rules about that, but I'm not saying everybody stuck to them. But they have some laws and rules about. I think they said like 7 years. Well, you'd have
Yeah,
to pay off your trip
and
for your
then
trip from Europe to the
and
United or to the Americas. And obviously, there's some variations of this, but the ones that came to the United States, they say it's typically 7 years to pay off your trip, and that would be done because you wanted to come there, right? But and I'm not saying that's a great situation or anything, but obviously there's a certain time where they dropped the indentured servitude and went all in on the black African slavery. You know, the after a while the indentured
Certainly,
servants of Europe that was just like it
especially
just
English,
wasn't popping anymore.
especially
You know,
English.
it wasn't the
Portuguese are in Brazil,
industry, the money maker.
right?
You
Little
know,
different.
yeah, yeah. And I'm not trying
You
to
weren't a
deny
slave
any
for
of that
life
because
in Brazil,
say that again.
right? In Brazil, they were more prone to marry their former slaves. You were a slave for life. It was specifically the English colonists that did not intermix with the slaves.
Oh, right.
These
Yeah,
did.
yeah. It could be different.
So
There's some
I'm just
different
adding
variations going on.
to the lightening of the truth of the conversation. You know, just play my notes.
Oh,
But
okay.
for
No
me,
worries.
part
Is
of
it's just your
motivating
audio is
myself
bad.
on both
That's
sides.
all. Yeah, your audio is not good right now,
I'm
Mal.
sorry. I'm sorry.
That's what it is. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, but try to work on that if you can. But divinely inspired. What's up, man?
Hey, peace, VB. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. What's up, y'all?
Yeah. What do you think about this map here?
What's up?
This data.
It tells a lot. It tells like the journey of Africans, enslaved Africans, being dropped off at various slave ports through from South America to the Caribbean, and into America over the span of what, like almost 300 years, right? So the thing is that
From the 1516
yep.
up to 1516 up to
What,
where would this be right here?
1860?
Something like that. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, because even after 1806, when the importation of African slaves was illegal, right? You had the illegal slave trade that lasted up until 1860 something, right?
Right.
So the thing is, it never stopped, right? And even
Right.
after that, they were importing Africans to other places. I think damn near like 19 into the 1900s, I believe. So
Hmm.
the thing is that um, I don't ever want to doubt the validity of this, because that would actually dismiss, what's historically been proven, and also it would subtract from our collective story, that, as what actually happened, and the tragedy, and the inhumanity that our people faced. You know,
Yeah.
so the thing is that yes, although not that many enslaved people wound up in North America, right? But the ones that did grew into what we are in America today, right? So, but you see, it's a shorter distance from the west coast of Africa to Brazil,
Right. Yep.
and and
And distance is time, and time is money.
and the average lifespan of a enslaved person in Brazil, cutting sugarcane, was like 7 years. But they didn't care.
Yes.
Yeah, they didn't care. You know why? It took 3 weeks to get back and forth as slaves. It took three
Yeah.
weeks.
Yeah.
So
And yeah. And
yes,
there's pit stops. There's pit stops.
that's right. So they really didn't care, if they worked their slaves to death or not.
Yep.
You know, so yeah, this really, I think more research has to be done. This ain't enough.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I'm one a person that believes like I don't believe in the trying to deny certain truths, deny facts. And what I find interesting here is that you have proponents that out there that would say, they say, hey, there were black natives here and we were part of the slave trade. And I've never denied that. But then many of them will go right ahead and try to say that Africans weren't brought to America, right?
Yeah,
Um, and
unfortunately.
then
Hmm.
and then you have others that will, it just seems to be like, why can't folks just get down with the fact that all of the above? There were indentured servants, yes. There were natives, there were slaves too, yes. There were natives that enslaved, yes. There were Africans that were brought in large numbers too, just like they say too,
Yeah.
yes. And there were also some black people in America that had slaves too, yes. What's
Yes.
wrong with those facts?
It's the truth.
Hey, so look, let me just swing a little narrative on this. Like, I don't know if we seeing this transport map clearly.
Hmm.
All right, but let's get into ownership, right? You can sell and package. Let's say we the Amazon the slave. You can package, sell your slaves or whatever kind of slaves you got. Asiatic, southern, those southern Asiatic tribes that actually look like Asians. Asians look like them. You know what I'm saying? And also you have lighter hue people, Muslims, and things like that getting sold over here as well, right? But let's look at where they're getting transported from, right? Do you think Europeans actually control the land of that, or you think those are naturally black folks controlling those ships and land, getting paid money to do this? You know what I'm saying? You can't tell me any European uh king and queen in that area. I don't think. If I'm thinking it, I never heard of one that was ruling that certain part of uh Africa.
Never heard of Queen Victoria?
Oh my
Well,
God. Yo, my brother.
yeah,
You
yeah, but see, listen, the narratives on that, you're saying now this is a woman. Now, y'all, if you're saying this, because I didn't want to really take it that far. Because remember, I said something to you, VV. I said how women are the natural killers of life. Bringers, we give them the life, but they're the natural killers. They're the strongest killers of life. Now, if y'all gonna take Queen Victoria, Explain, please.
Well, if you look at, okay, the first Europeans, right, were probably the Portuguese, right? And there was a queen and a king of Portugal at that
Can you
time.
can you give me 5 of them
5 who?
in that area?
Queen Isabella.
No, that's
Never
Spain.
heard of her?
That's
No, I'm
Spain.
saying, can you give me 5 kings and queens that could have ruled that area?
Well, I
Or
think
how
they might
long
have
was that
been
reign?
controlling Portugal at the time, Divine. But
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
not
I'm
sure.
just
But
saying, not just one. I need at least, you know, somebody show me there's 400 or 500 years of reign over there,
Of where? Where? Over Europe?
and where they're
the,
transporting those ships from, and that area where it's showing the port at.
But but why? Why would you? I mean,
Because
because
what
we
do you mean? That's why. That's who controls it.
the king and the queens back then, and
The
then there's
king and listen. So you telling me the king and queen owned that big, was shipping stuff from that area surrounded by
No,
that many
uh,
Africans?
they,
it says here on the
And
map, right? If you look at these maps, it's 2 maps. One that shows the movement in the Americas alone, and the other that shows the movement from the continent of Africa to the Americas. So now we're on the ones that just shows the movement of these ships in America back and forth, right? Now, but on both maps, you have these colors here. You can see there's color markers. Each one of those markers is a European kingdom. So these ships, they had to have license, and the
yeah,
license that they had was through the king,
the crown.
the crown, king or queen, right? Crown,
right,
the crown,
right.
right? Exactly. Sorry about that.
I I said that. I said I will make you use my uniforms, but who is allowing that king stuff to go there? Who's ruling it there to say that they have that authority to use it?
They had guns, man. They had cannons on them ships. They shooting people. You know, you try to stop them. You stop them at
Yeah, I
your own risk.
understand. I
There were
understand.
people who probably
Well,
tried,
well,
you
I
know,
think
but
I'm
that's
pretty sure that they had guns too.
who had guns?
and
I
certain
mean, the
ones
agents created bombs. And man, we be watching movies like 300 and all that stuff. Man, they showed you how they had made these things. Man, everybody can see it. And once you start getting exposed to it, the concept is for everybody. I'm not
Ralph,
saying.
Africans. First of all, if you're saying like the Africans would have cannons and guns whatever before the Europeans came in West Africa.
I'm saying.
No. That,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that they learned to semi-arm themselves in a way. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah, they were yes, they were armed, what have you. But see, the thing is, I don't think that these Europeans came with the roughneck businessman to begin with, man. Not in the beginning. In the beginning, they went, they had an interpreter there, or what have you. They built up trade between people, you know.
So
Then,
you explain.
Mhm.
You explain what Sierra Leone was doing then.
No, I'm not saying what Sierra Leone was doing. I'm explaining what, like, okay, like I said, the first people to actually export slaves, like bring slaves into Europe from Africa, would be the Portuguese, right? So the Portuguese started, like, you think in 1430, if I'm not mistaken, right? So, because there's a famous painting that was done in the 1500s that already had black knights already. There's one black knight in particular that's kind of historic in that painting. So, so the thing is that they were the first ones, right? So they went from Angola, right? From Portugal to Angola, Angola back with slaves, with enslaved Africans. Yep. So the thing is that then when the so-called New World was discovered, right, by Christopher Columbus, you know, all that BS, right?
No.
They enslaved
Well, hold on. Is it safe to say he should be excluded? Because, like, if we know his story is really a lie and not documented
well,
rightfully to us, like,
right.
why can we use him as a credible source?
No, that's documented because the thing is, Christopher Columbus has notes. So what he did in the Americas, they enslaved and genocided Native Americans that were there. First, they did that to them in this hemisphere here. In fact, they killed so many natives that the world cooled down about 10% has been theorized. There's
So
millions of natives. You understand? So the thing is that then when they enslaved natives, but they were like, well,
okay,
wait a
bro.
minute, we got some healthy Africans over here too. And guess what happened?
Oh no, yo, it's you taking me out the my thought pattern out the picture. I can't see it that way.
Okay, well that's how it happened, baby. Because what happened was they
You never heard that before, Ralph?
before.
Yeah, I heard that, but that's not how I process it.
Okay, so
There is no, to me, there is no illusion that
there's no illusion.
the Atlantic slave trade happened.
It
To
happened.
me,
No, I'm not saying that. I totally agree that it happened, and I understand that it happened.
Mhm.
But so if they're saying that he found America, but he landed in Southern Americas, right? Unless you want to flip it or something, you
Well,
know
you
what
see
I
the
mean?
islands there. You see,
West
like
Indies.
So hold on, and then also he's not even a navigator. You have three
that's
other navigators of the ship that's of
that's okay.
different.
And he was a
Hold on. You said something to me, and I was getting my response, and so now that's what I said here. Who's navigating these ships? You can't bring your armies to my gate, but you can do my business. So now you're saying who's the transporter of these things? Like I said, Sierra Leone showed that they had a lot of transportation. And it also said, they had a lot of resources. Now you bring up one woman, Queen Elizabeth, right? But then again, that woman can't live over no 100 some years. And so who's her protege for this? Who's the next
Queen
person up for this?
Victoria, Queen
Yeah, Queen
Victoria.
Victoria, whatever her name is, right? I just can't believe
You
that a
see this?
European.
You see this, Ralph?
There you go. Kiki.
You never seen it? You ever heard of this guy?
America.
Who's it? Amerigo?
Yes.
What's it? Was soupy or something? I can't see it. It's small on my screen. But
Oh,
yeah, I think I've seen that before.
right. This is the guy they say America was named after.
Mm-hmm.
He was a
Yeah.
explorer.
Found the
Mm-hmm.
mainland.
Yeah.
1500s. You see,
Okay.
1501 from Portugal to Brazil.
Yeah. Okay.
You see,
So
yeah.
so I understand that like I said, they use the European concept in America, right? It's a more lighter, wider. But that's what I'm saying to you. And that region where the transportation going on, that is a darker hue. They're not in that area dressed and they're doing things their way that way. So, you have a second party that's, helping this go down. So that's what I'm saying to you.
we
Give
mean like
me 300. So
the boat.
you gotta give me from 1500 to the 1800s of which Europeans were doing this. Or I can
Ralph,
safely say
the
these were
monarchies
black
of
folks
the
using
is
their
well
ships and their
documented.
sails.
It's well documented, my friend. It's
The,
so
mon-
documented. I mean,
the
how
monarchy
can you?
of Europe, and
It's well documented.
also the leaders of America, they were married to each other. They had relationships.
Aristocrats.
Royal.
They had relationships with certain chiefdoms in Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on the African side of things, and of course they have relationships with certain chiefdoms in the Americas as well. So the thing is that it wasn't just one people. It was a few groups of people that came together and did this.
English
Now, as
were late
far as
to the
like who
party.
built the boats and who was in charge of the boats, what have you, that's straight European business right there, and American. Now,
How you? Oh, okay. And you said
yeah,
in
now,
America. Okay.
now I'm going to give you one thing, which I find to be very, very interesting. Now, it was said to be that the people from Mali were in America. Excuse me, were in America's first, right? And that's a long term, time, rumor or what have you, right? But how did they know? How did the Europeans know to come from Africa to the Caribbean? That there would be a landmass there. Was it by chance, or did they have already like navigational maps, what have you, plotted by these Malians? I don't know, but I don't know. But the thing is, they hit land from Europe and from Africa.
All right. So okay, all right. So look, like
Mm-hmm.
I said something earlier about animals, right?
Right.
So we got nature. Nature caused these things to happen for travel and migration, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you're a dude and you seeing a dolphin, got a cool connection with a dolphin, right? Dolphin sell all that area, right? You coming back like, yo, where my dolphin been at? Yo, your dolphin like, show you something. Come back, got like 3 little babies or something. You know what I mean? You like, yo, hold up, man. I'm just gonna be curious. Let me follow my dolphin outside one day, and they take you 1,000 miles out in the sea safely. You know what I'm saying? You say, oh, he showed me some other. You know what I'm saying? What's up? He's like, oh, this what we be eating all the shrimp and stuff, yo. This what we be chasing down them jumps. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Good,
You know what I
good,
mean?
baby.
So then you like,
Good.
all right, cool.
How can I?
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I apply all life and systems the same. But like I said, it doesn't matter uh if it's European concept of how they showing these ships. It's the people that are doing the ships. You know what I'm saying? And I, I do want to believe it's probably majority Africans. But if you're saying if there's that many African people in the world to the day, right? Then how can we be the majority? I mean, minority in any system. So
Well,
that's why I don't even want to believe that for that system.
I don't understand what you mean by system. Like, okay, like define African people who live in Africa, right?
I don't know. We African and American. I said I'm
I mean,
Negro. I'm a nigga.
I'm talking about. Let's say I'm talking about before the slave trade. Who are Africans?
Anybody who had to abide by that citizenship.
Well, people from Africa, right? So, the thing is that
Why would you say that? Because when they were traveling as well, they still had to switch citizenships as well.
what do you mean switch? I don't understand. Like switch
So
citizenship.
say if you was coming from America, coming back to Sierra Leone or something like that, you had to switch back to African citizenship.
When? When?
It's like what show we do this on, VB? We just did something like this. You know what I'm saying? We was talking about it. We did do a show on this, man. I think you might have even been on it and talking on it.
Hold on. What
I
are you
think
referring to,
it
Rob?
was. I think it was like the Green Sahara.
Right.
It might have
Yeah.
been on the Green Sahara show. And
Uh,
and that's what you were saying, Divine.
What?
With the citizenship.
I didn't say there was no citizenship.
no, I don't know about that one though. But go
Yeah.
ahead, Rob.
No, we're gonna take it back.
Explain.
We got it on footage. We got it on footage.
Okay.
So
Well,
yeah,
there was no citizenship anywhere back when the Sahara was green. But
no,
that if you're talking about like migratory, like the out of Africa phenomenon, what have you, what are you talking about 200,000 years ago, 75,000?
no. We was talking on that air, but we was basically trying to make it seem like which type of people were a part of this region or whatever, and we were talking about how people travel, but we had got somewhere off into a topic where we were saying somewhere where we nationalize as or when people go back and forth traveling. It was somewhere along that line.
When they were
And,
migrate back and forth, sure.
yeah, so it's along that, but I don't want to jump off topic though.
All right. But yeah, but basically, as far as like these ships and everything, yeah, these were European ships, right? Cargo ships that they stuffed Africans into, you know. In fact, when they got to their destination in the Americas, they took natives, stuffed them into them, and took them all over the Caribbean too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I
I agree with that.
and because at one point in time it was both Africans and natives being enslaved. And
So why aren't y'all putting the European in there? Because how do you start getting the lighter Mexican tone of people? Like why are y'all not putting those in there? Why are not putting like the Caucasoid race in there?
Well,
Because
I'll say that again. Hold on. You said lighter tone Mexican people.
yeah, like the lighter tone Spaniards and stuff like that. Not just the Portuguese. They will have to bring more Caucasians as well to keep that kind of
No,
civilization
you
going.
mean natives? Natives aren't Spanish Mexicans.
No. Listen.
that's what I'm
Let's say
Okay.
like what I mean is, let's say you got someone who lives in like Central America, right?
right.
And they look like they're a lot of lighter. They have the the pointier nose, the straighter hair, they're light but they can tan, right? If you keep getting Portuguese, they're gonna have a distinct Portuguese or a distinct Spanish or whatever Spaniard look is gonna be distinct, but it has a European look to it. Some
Hmm.
and you understand that. So why aren't we saying we're bringing Europeans on those ships as well to continue that genetic, keep the
Because the
going
Spaniards were the
They
Europeans,
were
bro.
the Europeans
The
and the Dutch.
not
Portuguese were the
full, not
Europeans. What
full,
you talking
not
about?
full,
They are
not
on the
full
ships.
European.
Oh, oh,
They're, they're not like they're not like you will see
I got something to tell you,
a
Ralph.
Julius Caesar.
Ralph, I got something to tell you. So, so not only did these ships, carry enslaved people, right? But remember, there were ships coming from Europe as well to these areas to colonize and run these plantations and everything.
Well, that graph just showed the slaves, so I ain't worried about that. If
Yeah.
you
No,
if you
well,
need you
well,
need to say that was in there too, then.
Well, my brother, who do you think?
it's a triangular trade,
Yeah, it's a
Ralph.
killer. Yeah, right.
So there's different parts to it. So one map showed the transport from the continent of Africa to the
The
Americas.
Americas.
Another map showed just how some of the ships were moving around the Americas once they got
Mhm.
there. But then there's another component, and there's other components. One component is from the Americas, the same ships
Yep.
back to Europe, bringing goods back.
Right.
You see,
And
the
back.
same ships,
Tobacco,
right?
gold,
But
And then
but all
those
right,
same
but
ships,
North
those
can you
West.
same
get the one
ships.
that say just slaves though?
No, no, no. There's never a point where it's likely just. Well, the ships themselves were transporting different things. So you could have a ship that comes to one region to drop off one good and pick up another, and take it to another region, drop off one good, pick up another to bring it
Yeah.
to another region, drop off another good, pick up
See,
another, and bring it back to
and
it's the
I agree
triangular
with that.
trade.
I believe that, and I believe that those are medicines, food, garments, sugar, wine, things like that. I believe it's all of those things getting safe, getting, and there's some slaves there, right? Just
Yeah.
to keep the narrative going. There's some slaves there, but if you asking me if population is that small, but you bring in so many, something's not making sense
No, Ralph,
here.
check it out. Check it out. Let me see something here. Now, see, let's say when you get to Africa, the good that you're picking up, let's say you're dropping off a good. Let's say you're dropping off guns. You drop the guns off. Well, you're picking up something now. So what is it you're picking up before you move on? You're not returning to Europe. The
And
ship came from Europe with guns, landed in Africa, distributed guns, right? Let's just say as an example. But that ship is not going back to Europe. That ship is picking up a good that is there in Africa. Now, the goods that it picked up in Africa, what was the goods? It wasn't sugar cane, right? What was it? So they picked up the goods when they were there. Now,
Oil, it had oils, butters, um, frankincense, medicines, books. They had so much stuff coming out of there. I would never just doubt the resources of
well, there are ships that go just back and forth from Europe to Africa. There is that too.
oh yeah,
I mean, before ships even came to America,
it
they
was
were going from Africa to Europe
yes.
and Europe to Africa. There was some trade there. We're not trying to say that it's exclusively just one thing. But here's the thing: when you're getting into business on a larger scale, there's obviously a main product they're picking up in Africa, a main one. And when they pick that product up, they're bringing it to somewhere else to be of some good, to get rid of it. So they weren't the goods that they were bringing from the African part was the people, because they could sell them in America and get them to do work to create another product, which was therefore shipped back to the Europe, the product that those slaves created. And then that money went back, and those other goods, the ship would pick up guns and bring it back. It's a cycle.
I understand that. That's good logical thinking. But I also need something that says directly this what it was.
Okay, here I look it up. It's just called the triangular trade. Maybe I
Yeah.
didn't explain it that well, but hold
No,
on.
no, I understood what you're saying. No, because like I said, it has a lot of ships going in and out. I understand that, but like I said, if you want to use America, right? Let's use the America at its highest when it comes to um, population.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, D.C., Virginia, North Carolina had a population of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they're showing that we had 1 million in Virginia, uh, over a little over 1.7 million, and you're saying that they were bringing how many slaves? How many slaves they say they brought here?
Between 350 to 400,000.
Okay, that's
It's
that's
not.
that's yeah.
When you see
It,
those ships, how many ships, bro? We just watched how many ships that was. 300,000 over hundreds of years.
to
That's not a lot, bro.
to America.
To
And I
America.
think it's important to also emphasize that they're different colonies too. They're all trying to
Yes.
get there. So Portugal first,
Yep.
then Spain.
Yep.
English relate to the party, and I think that's what that slave trade graph really highlights. You can see how the English relate to the party. Why? Because
mm-hmm,
they wanted the gold, they didn't find it, but they had tobacco in Virginia. That was their cash crop,
mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yep.
right?
So see, that's what I'm saying. So look, that's what I'm saying. Like somebody started to say, that's not a lot, right? So now it's like, okay, now we swaying. Now, if we swaying that
No, no,
ship,
I'm saying that's not a lot if you look at how many years you're talking about.
right? There's not a lot of people. That's what I'm. That's the point. That's
Right.
not.
Okay.
So, but the projection to us in
But the
America, they
pop,
was getting
but the population of the globe was also not a lot. So it depends on how you want to see it. Now, that's the thing, it depends on the context that, if you want to say, for example, one person would argue, how they get, how could it be 1 million slaves that came to America? How's that possible? Okay, so the conversation shifts to that, and then you have to explain it from that perspective. But then another person would say that, okay, well, this happened over hundreds of years. You're not talking about 100 years. You're talking about 400 years. Then that doesn't look like so much anymore. It starts to look more reasonable. But then another person would say, yeah, but it changes. Then you would say, okay, but the global population was also lower too at that time. So it depends on, it's not it's just it depends on what you want to highlight essentially. Yeah, in some ways it's a lot. Yeah, in some ways it's not a lot.
right. You say you like the numbers, right? And this is what I'm saying about the numbers is skewed. I said I would like to, but it can be skewed, right? Now let's go ahead and look at the projection of it. Now in
Mhm.
America, like I said, our system have it to us where man, it was just millions of people on the ship just jumping off, dying. We just getting beaten with. I'm just supposed to believe this sad sob story and believe that these white people eating steak, buffalo and all kinds of, just living large while the ship is failing. It don't make sense to me. It has to sound
Can I?
like
Can I?
business, like
This
a
Sorry
ship
to
job.
cut
failed.
you. Can I just
That's
say
just the
something?
American projection. Yeah, go ahead.
Peace to everyone on the panel, but we have two women on the panel. VB, I'm not trying to take over the show, and I think
No, no.
Andrea's been here, but we've not introduced Andrea. Hi, Sister Andrea, are you there?
I am here.
Perfect.
How you
Can
doing,
you hear
Miss
me?
Andrea?
Hi.
Yes.
The floor is yours, please, please. Our good sister
So,
Andrea, big up.
yeah, so I've been sitting here listening, and I, Negro Rock, there's a good book out there called White Trash, the 400-year history of class in America. And it
Mm-hmm.
talks about how the elite Europeans sent the poor Europeans over here to America because they considered them the dregs of society over there. So this was like their place of punishment for being poor and not being uh, active citizens in their country.
Mm-hmm.
And when they saw how well they were doing here in the Americas, then the elites decided, oh, well, that's a good place to go to now to build this country and make it our own. And that's where all these problems started coming in with the Boston Tea Party and all that kind of stuff, because in the Americas, they were not trying to take direction from a group of people who sent them over here for the wrong purposes, right? And you had these
That's
same
right.
group of people, the poor white people who were complaining about the monies they were making and who was making the money and Why the poor white uh, young men were making the same amount of money as the poor older men, and you had all this back and forth going on. That is part of the reason why all this, as far as slavery and all that stuff here in America with white people, is because they did that. They brought their people here for those purposes. They didn't care about the poor in their country, so they tried to get rid of them.
Drop a
And
bomb.
so to dismiss as to why they were here, the reason why, even in our country today, there are people in our country who are classified as white, even though their skin color does not represent that. Our country, America, should not say that darker skinned people are in the minority in our country, because that is not true. Based upon how many people are coming to this country from other nations, we heard Kat say yesterday that they want them coming from Sudan to classify as white, or the Ethiopians to classify as white, or other groups of people in America, in Africa, or other nations to classify as white when they come here to America, knowing damn well they're not. So even in our country, we're not the minority here. It's just for their uh, plans and purposes. Even all white people weren't considered the same. You didn't have, you had the Irish weren't considered the same as the Spaniards, weren't considered the same as any other group of white people out there. The only thing that made them white when it came to America is because they wanted to have rule over the darker skinned people in this country. So that's the reason why we go through all this stuff that we've been going through here in America, based upon their religious laws that they imposed on people. It wasn't something that we readily accepted. It was something that it was imposed by papal bulls and all those kinds of things, that they went and took over lands of people that they were not willing of themselves. But the queen, I think it was the queen, I don't know if it was Victoria or Queen Elizabeth, that said, we're going to release all these prisoners. We don't give a damn what y'all do to get over there. You go over there, you can murder as many people as you want. You're not going to be held accountable for that, because we want to take over those lands. So when you think about the whole process of all this going on, it would explain all this slavery and all this stuff that took place at the hands of a particular group of people who wanted to come over and conquer every country that they can possibly conquer by any means necessary. So
VB, you run out of bullet. Drop some bomb, man. Drop
we
a
can
bomb
go and
right
try
now,
to
VB, please.
try to excuse
Drop
the
the
behavior.
bomb, man. You run out of shot. Let go.
So when you talk about, because I was listening, I was trying to listen carefully about how you were phrasing stuff. So Negro Ralph in particular, when you're talking about all this, the how these countries are set up a particular way as far as religions and all stuff, and our governments and when you think about how they were doing all this stuff, it was by any means necessary. They went to conquer. They didn't care how they did it. So if you there's a letter out there from King Leopold on what their mission was to conquer certain parts of Africa. Go out, it's out there, and it's not a good letter. Go out there and read that.
Miss
So
Andrea, I
yes,
thank you. I thank you because I heard of that book, and I understand that. I like that you bring that extra to what I'm saying, because I got into it earlier. What I said was such as a religion as the KKK and the way they use their Bible to enforce things, with using that as law and things like that after a certain time period in America as well. I said that kind of like way earlier, and I'm glad you elaborated with that, because I also mentioned the barbary slave trade as well. So, and they were slaves here, but they bought their freedom back from Europe, just like the Jamaicans will have to do. We in America, we have to do ours our way here as American citizens. But
but you
the
could,
Europe.
if you were an indentured servant, you could. A slave couldn't buy that
Well,
back.
they got laws,
You
but I'm saying white people had ours there for their ways, and we had our. So let's say this. All right, in the European way, with where they did slavery with their kind, was more of a what you would want to expect slavery to be like. Oh, you a slave, you do whatever you're told, or you can be an indentured servant, but you once your debt is paid, we can let you go. We'll let you go. Now, you will always feel different about enslaving someone else if you have your religious views saying you're a certain person and you can do this to other people because your laws abide by this.
That's true.
So that's why it will look
But
different.
they were not. But those laws were not set up in America at that time. That stuff came from the European countries that said these papal bulls that
Yeah,
we're
the
going to use
crowns.
to send to these other countries to take them over by any means necessary.
Agree.
Christianity wasn't established at that time, so you can't even use that as far as the KKK is concerned to justify the behaviors that took place in the 1900s in our country. You can't; those are not the same. It's not the same. They
Okay.
used their authority to rummage and pillage nations for their own purposes that had nothing to do with how Christianity is set up today. But again, I would encourage you to read the letter from King Leopold, how they instructed their missionaries to go into these countries and do what they did by any means necessary. They don't care how they had to do it. So
Okay.
I just disagree when it comes to our people. The struggles that we've had to go through here in America is based upon these religious principles that they claim that they established. They're supposed to be for everybody, which clearly wasn't.
Well,
There,
it was.
it was specifically for them to take advantage of certain people because it says there's a statement that says out there before the American Revolution, the majority of slaves were not Christians. So then we have to define then what were we before we
Yeah.
came here, and why did they feel that it was necessary for them to remove what we had in order for us to fit into the society? You were talking about vibrations, and people were talking about beating drums. Why did they feel it was necessary to keep us from beating our drums in this country? Because they knew what that meant.
Oh
They
yeah.
knew what certain signals meant, and so they felt that it was imperative that okay, so if they're gonna play their drums, we're gonna take their drums. But then we started using humming. Okay, then we got to shut their mouth to keep them from humming because that's another
Mm,
signal. We
E
were so
flat.
ingenuous with, we were so when it comes to being genius on how we try to communicate it. Then we started braiding our hair in ways to show that go this path and do this path. Then they said, okay, now we got to shave the hair. So we had ways of trying to help our people to become free without having to go through the system. But that system was set in place by people who didn't care how we obtained or how we got our freedom. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
I
just
love when
read
you
that
come
book.
up here.
I would encourage you to read that book, White Trash. I really would. It is a very good book, and she
Miss
breaks that stuff down in detail as to how
Miss
and
Andrea.
why white people came to America.
Miss
I will.
Andrea.
You know what? You know what? You know what?
I'm here.
Jeez.
You said what
Jeez.
I couldn't
Well,
say. What I see, I try to watch my mouth because I do get judged thoroughly because I do see the world thoroughly like that. That's why I said I didn't want to, say what my religion or what it was or things like
but
that. But you
yeah,
saying that we're on the same page. We're definitely on the same page. And
yeah. But
but I
still,
also
nonetheless, they felt that theirs was more superior than ours. There's whatever we were doing was working where we were, right? So for them to think that whatever brand of religion they wanted to bring onto the system had to supersede what we were doing, they knew we were more than capable of doing what we were doing. There's a what's his name, Count Devoni. Read him. He says, here we are, the black man who uh, we despise and we hate, but yet he's the one who gave us our sciences and art and language.
Oh, that was
They
Hey, but
knew
check
what
this
we
out,
that's
Andrea.
they
To,
knew we
to that
had all of
point,
that.
and Andrea, to that point, we're looking at the screen. We started off in the 1500s, where the racial categories came out. Who's at the highest? Who's on the bottom? This is even in the midst of that, in the middle of that 1700s, the classification system. So the philosophers, not even just the crown, not even just the religious institutions, but the philosophers were backing it up.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
and
I'm just saying. I mean, in our country, Negro rap. I think okay. So if we say okay, yeah, everybody owns slaves, everybody did. Okay, okay, we'll give you that. But at the end of the day, how that was enacted and how it was played out, it was not the same. And I, I'm hard pressed. I have not
I'm
seen
not I'm not
pictures.
saying look,
Uh,
I'm not saying that either.
but let me
Miss
let me
Andrea,
let me.
I'm
I'm
look
not saying you're
yeah.
saying. I'm just saying I have not seen pictures of white folks with those uh, things around their mouth with those bars coming from around their necks to keep them from escaping, with all the chains around their ankles and
A
hands.
yoke.
And I haven't seen that. I haven't seen any pictures like that.
And you
And
won't.
so,
Well,
so that's what
go look up the barbary slave trade, right? But listen, it would it make it look superior to have documented your slavery, or would it look more superior to
they
document
document
someone else?
everything.
So
They have
but
documented
that's what I'm
everything
saying.
because they make no, because they don't
But,
care.
let me finish it out, Miss Andrea. So look, even though it shows that records shows, and when you do a collective, that is always skewed. Something is wrong. So when we get over the emotional state of what is skewed and get an understanding of what we can do to prove that this is wrong and settle something, we can't come to a conclusion, right?
But okay.
But the fact
But
of what
Ralph, where
they
you getting your
did, but the
facts
fact
from?
of
But wait
what
a
they
minute, wait a
did,
minute. But
the fact of what they
let me
did
finish.
was, it look, the fact of what they did was malicious, and it was conquering, and we have wars, things like
Okay,
that.
okay,
That's not written
okay.
into
But
a law or treaty. That's
so
not
then
documented,
why
and we
then? So then why then are
This
the
was hundreds of years, though,
numbers are
Ralph.
concerned? Where numbers are concerned, why are they always skewed to the detriment of black people? I don't care what the number is. You know, they want to say we're the most promiscuous, and they want to say that we're this. We're always on the one. We're always on the end of being disparaged because of these skewed numbers. But yet people take that and say, see, go back and look at that. See, so why can't we do the same in these areas, in this transatlantic slave trade as well? I mean, if you're going to believe that things are skewed, then all numbers are skewed, not just the slave trade,
that's
And
right.
this
right?
was, and
But
So
this
then,
is not a
why
hundred
is it
years.
skewed? Yeah. So why is it always the majority of the time it is skewed against darker melanated people? Why is that? Why is that? It has to be based from somewhere. It didn't just come out the blue.
well,
But
Somebody
this
made that to be that way. Just for stuff like what B. Bennett was showing earlier. People are making those numbers up. Where are they coming from? We're not. We didn't keep the records. We weren't the ones shipping people over here. We weren't the ones doing all that. So somebody wrote it down, and somebody felt the need to do that. I'm gonna give a damn whether it's skewed or not. Somebody did it. So we can't keep using that as an excuse to say, well, the numbers are skewed, because they're going to continue to be skewed. Even to today, numbers are skewed. So, we're always at the end of the worst end of the spectrum. And I refuse to believe the hype as it concerns our people, that we're not lazy. They that's out there
well,
though.
Ralph,
They'll
and
use that.
let me just say something here. And this you mentioned the Barbary slave trade, but the thing about it is that there's nobody denying that slavery existed, that other people have been enslaved before. What we're talking about is that this is hundreds of years. What slavery can you point to of another people, like the Barbary slave trade, where there was a philosophy behind it?
all
Like
slavery comes from one
philosophy.
philosophy. Yeah,
Right.
it
Well,
comes
the
from
Barbary,
ownership.
hold on,
It
the
comes from,
Barbary slave trade, sure, that was Ottomans, right? Now, okay, you could argue that that was religious motivated. Great, I get that, right? But here's the thing: how many years was it?
I wouldn't say, because we don't have, so look, we can't put those numbers into full effect, but we can only imagine to the population. And if I want to use my sense to say, if this kingdom or selective nation has this amount of people, then this amount of people should be wealthy, this amount of people should be half rich, such and such, and working its way down.
Mm-hmm.
And who can do what?
Pull up the Barbary
Yeah,
um
slave trade.
pull up the Barbary slave. Let's have a look at it, people. Let's have a look at what the Barbary slave trade was and compare it to the Atlantic slave trade.
Well, it's a component. It's they one. It's a component. They kind of overlap each other, and they have some of the similar components. But it's obvious. The one thing that is a little different is that if you look according to this classification list, and then you look at the Barbary slave trade, so where are the writings about what writings were they applying about Europeans being at the bottom? Who was at the top then? You see what I mean? Like, and then also the periods. But I'm gonna pull it up now. I mean, I'm not trying to diminish the Barbary slave trade or anything like that. That's not the point at all. I'm
I
just saying,
mean,
like,
it
the
sounds like
transatlantic
it's
It
slave
watering
must
trade.
be
down.
diminished.
Well,
It must be diminished, and
the
it must
transatlantic
be
slave trade is hundreds of years of this
diminished.
psychology, hundreds of years of this philosophy. That's all I'm trying to highlight. But let's
Okay,
see.
so look, I'm gonna show some love to my white people. Finally, I usually don't be doing this for y'all, but for those who my Europeans that's watching, I'm gonna finally show y'all some love, right? And
All
give
right, here
y'all
we go.
love.
No,
So
man.
look, watch this,
And
watch
Ralph,
this.
congratulations on your
So look,
marriage. I never got a chance to say congratulations. I didn't even know. So,
thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
Yeah, man. Respect to that, man. I wish you all many happy years, man. Blessed love to Ralph's wife, man. Big up every time.
Thank you.
Family,
So look,
bro, and your
well,
family, everybody.
and saying to everybody as well on this panel and reaching out with that little energy thing that God gives everybody or the spirit, whatever. But look, and so look, when we talk about the barbarian slave trade, that's where that buck breaking stuff come from. All that. Listen, it was so much raping and killing and of these European women, so much it was so much going on at this time with them. It was really killing their population to a major degree. That they don't even talk about this. Like I heard like some professors at one time when I was at NJCU talking about this, and I was like, "What? I'm like, what are you talking about? White people getting whooped on?" He's
But
like,
wait,
"Yeah, come here." I sat down, listened for like an hour.
how many white folks died, man? Because it's not millions. It's not in the millions.
I
So
mean, listen.
it would be compared to what happened to
Listen, I'm not gonna put my old memories out there because I can't remember. You know what I'm saying? But listen, it was very intriguing to learn what I was learning at that time, and I did a little studying on it. But no, they did die in the millions. They
who?
did die in the millions.
Look, 35,000 European slaves
Okay,
were held throughout the 17th century on Barbary Coast
In millions.
across Tripoli.
And I believe that's false documented because you got to
okay,
think
so
about
there you
this,
go again. You keep doing that. You keep doing that, Ralph. You
right?
keep saying that
Right? Because listen,
all this stuff
you're
when it
proving my
comes
point,
to
and you prove my
no,
point, Miss Andre. Hold, on, let me finish. I believe it's skewed because, like you said, why would you want to discredit white supremacy?
But look,
You
then they
can't.
say 1.2 million were enslaved in the total, right? And here's the thing, but we could go to that number and say, okay, 1.2 million, I'll go with that number. But then if you say that about Africans brought to America, people will say, nah, I don't buy those records.
So look, so check. That's what I'm saying. It couldn't be fully just black. I'm saying it's mixed in all collectively. That's my input. I'm not gonna say it's just one. That's why I was getting a little mixed in. Like I don't want to say. Let's not just say it's African people who's controlling this. Which location is this? Now I'm gonna get to the point of saying this because Muslims had a lot of European slaves. Okay, Moors had a lot of European slaves, and they showed that if you watch Spartacus and stuff like that, all those European slaves had to fight, things like that. If you process it that way, um, and they show you only a few good blacks that were leaders in those movies and warriors, and they had like some of the best roles. If you really actually think about that stuff, you know what I mean? Training those warriors.
so
But
that's where you're getting your
Well,
information from is watching
getting
movies.
Spartacus?
understanding
I
energy, right, and timelines, right, putting it all together with religion, like
but so
timelines, culture.
so that's not skewed. Those movies are not going to be in the
But well,
favor of a certain
yeah,
group of
hell yeah,
people.
hell
Okay, so
yeah,
then
that's cute.
I don't understand.
Listen,
Again, I'm
I'm
not
saying nothing is
understanding why
perfect.
you're
I'm saying nothing is perfect,
okay.
right?
But
So
then you can't. In my opinion, it's my opinion. You can't keep saying that the numbers are skewed. I don't believe the numbers are skewed. I don't believe the numbers are skewed. I don't believe. It doesn't. Then it doesn't matter then
yeah,
whether
it
they're skewed or not. It should
right
be
because it's an
irrelevant
over, because it's an
to
over
the
under.
point.
It's always an
So
over
it's
under, right?
all these. Okay, so tell me where I can find what you were saying about all these white folks and what happened to them. What
He
literature
just
can I
pulled up
go
their
to?
European. He just pulled up their slavery,
So,
and he said
so
1.5, right? So let's say now let's look at the illegal and unaccounted for kidnappings and
but we
poachers and
can't do
things.
that.
So,
Oh, so you
but
can't
but,
do
but that
that.
got to be accounted for as with us.
No, because no, if you keep talking about skewed numbers, then then we can say that about everybody. Okay, I'm just trying to stick with what we know is factual. I don't care what we have been presented as factual. Okay, so we can't just keep saying, well, I don't. You can't keep saying because you're the only one saying that it's skewed, it's skewed, it's skewed. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You're the only one saying that. We're not denying. I'm not denying, and I haven't heard anybody else deny some of the claims that you're making. But for some reason, I mean, you keep emphasizing, well, I don't believe that. I don't think that's right. I don't care.
It just my thought
Okay.
because we was asking my
Yeah,
thought, but
that's true.
I
Yeah,
so but when we get to it, right? All right, let's say how many American let's say how many African slaves was brought to America? You say it was like the same amount, same in numbers.
Well, hold on. I
Well,
think
let's just do some math here. VV said he likes math. I don't like math at all.
But
Let's
look,
do some
Ralph,
math.
the Barbary slave trade, of course, is not only Europeans being
I know,
enslaved. So
but
okay. Just that's all. Just so we, you know.
I know that, but that's what I'm saying. It's as my opinion is skewed, but let's see since this is this is actually their cause of their slavery. This is their European slave trade. So even though they say it's the European slave trade, they want to give you other things that was classified as European. So this is what's going on with this.
Yeah, but
So
there's documents and
let me
stuff out
finish. Let
there.
me finish. That's why I want the numbers. If you can get me the numbers of Atlantic and this
But
slavery
what difference
combined.
does it make if you believe they were skewed? What difference does that make? People,
Well,
that's what I'm
that's
trying to. I don't understand why you're
because
asking for
listen,
that.
because I don't believe nothing the white man documentate.
Okay, then what is the purpose of having this conversation? Then I'm confused.
So you still have understanding.
Okay.
But you
All
would
right.
get for their numbers because they're the ones that did all this shit. So who not? Why wouldn't you even trust it? Because they're writing about themselves and what they
And
did.
they wrote it down. There's a person that did that. Trying to track their ancestry, right? And they said that they knew more of the history of a horse than they did human beings. So, I mean, honestly, so why would that matter at the big scheme of things? There were other things that were more important than keeping up with the history of Black people, of people who came who they brought here to the Americas. So, I mean, there's only so far a lot of us can go trying to find our lineage because it was cut off at some point. So I'm not still understanding why. I mean, if they're skewed, what the hell difference does it make then that we come up with any kind of justification for what happened here in America?
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not. I don't think that I'm trying to put any justification on it. I'm just trying to say slavery is bad and it happens
like
to
for instance,
everyone.
I'll give you another example. There's a doctor who
Oh, Maui just left.
decided
Please. Yeah, go ahead.
who decided that she was going to she worked in the emergency room and she just decided to go through the records of the patients who had come through the emergency room and run a report on uh, the sexually transmitted diseases. And she found that more Black women were tested than any other group of people. But if you didn't know that little tidbit of information, it would seem as though more Black women were more promiscuous than any other race of people in in that particular hospital that went there. If you didn't know that little bit of information, that we were being tested more than anybody else that came through that hospital. So that's why we can't, when it comes to numbers and stuff like that, that's almost like irrelevant to the point of understanding that we know these things happen. To how many people did it happen to? We will never know. We will never know, but we have an idea, but we will never know how many and what exactly happened. We'll never know that because they didn't put that information down there as it concerned our well-being because we were considered property or worse and lower than an animal in most cases.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying.
I think that 1.5 number, that's a lot of different groups of people. It's not one particular race. And I think that's another point to highlight that, again, slavery didn't start. It didn't start with the transatlantic slave trade. However, what made the transatlantic slave trade different is that that was the beginning of homing in on Africans specifically as being the primary slaves. You know, that's basically it. You know, and then
I
how
like
long did that last? Again, the Barbary slave trade. If we just Google that, let me just see here. How long did it last? How long did the Barbary slave trade last? Let's just get a general number there. Yeah, how long did it last? Um, 16th to 19th century. So, yeah, I mean, it's overlapping. It's overlapping the transatlantic slave trade, you could say.
so.
1.2 millions. They say between 1 million and 1.2 million Europeans, right? And that depends on what kind you're talking about. Like, that's Eastern and Western, Europeans, right? And
I was saying that, right?
or
So,
Central and
uh-huh.
Eastern Europeans, right? And let me see. It says, let's see here, 16th century. Now, usually when they say 16th century, that could be. Let's see what exactly do they mean by that. Let's see. They say as the late 18th century. Hold on, 16. Evolved they capture. Uh, and if I'm correct, it's really another term for that is Ottoman, right? Okay. I believe that's the end. Oh, it says 16th century, but what's a more exact date? Because that's 100 years. When they say 16th century, yeah, that's like the beginning would be 1600s, right?
What the
They probably had them from the 1600s all the way to 16, probably 1680.
Well,
you said 15 to the
this
19?
is
16, see, maybe almost, if they were butchering them, I'll give them another 200 years.
Wait.
this is essentially a war between the East and the West, not necessarily Africa, right? So you got Ottomans in power, and or you have it's a fight between Muslims and Christians,
Really?
essentially,
Hmm.
right?
Yes, it
And
is.
so
That's what I'm saying.
Muslims were enslaving Christians. Christians then got some get back. Now, but the question is the regions that this occurred in, right? So let's go down to here, try to see. Let me go back here and see Google. And we already know what the region was, but
Hmm.
let's just pull it up on here. Where did the Barbary slave trade uh, happen? Let me
And
just get
just to
the
throw a reach out there, y'all can say now region. I'm willing to say that was even
see.
going on through
Yeah.
the
Aubrey
Great
Coast.
Sahara.
You see this? Barbary Coast, North Africa, Barbary pirates. Right. So let me just Barbary slave trade. Pull that up again. Here's the region right here. Right.
And they were master pirates, right? So you mean to tell me that they was going to let these Europeans run those seas?
Hold on, but here's the thing, man. Let me just hold on, Ralph. I got you, but here's the thing. There's not people from the Congo enslaving Europeans. It's not people from the Congo enslaving Ottomans. It's you see. So when I say Europeans getting some get back, that get back was like, damn, they got back all in other regions of the world that didn't have anything to do with the people that enslaved them.
Couldn't add up. See, well, look, that's why I was mentioning the KKK, right? Because it even turns into some type of so they all go by a ranking when they become masters and degrees in certain situations of rank.
Huh?
It's all of a form of certain type of cult and religion as well. And those are they hang amongst each other. So it's still we gotta put them in a group because those are the ones making our societies. We're just functions of the motor that keeps it running. Because we support certain situations. You know what I'm saying? So uh I don't want to get deep into that, but what I'm saying, your mind state as well, you gotta believe who is in control. Like we really don't want to get up and go to work, but we gotta get up and go to work, right? But if everybody stop getting up and go to work, what's going to happen? See what I'm saying?
What
What if
would
everybody woke up and said F it?
happen? Well, I'm kind of confused right now. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, the,
Forget
the,
it. Just go against the grain. What if everybody's like, we get rid of the religious narratives, we get rid of how we feel about the laws. We just try to just say, look, we gonna do what we want to do. You know what I'm saying? Until we get what we want, and we try our societies that way. What do you think we will accomplish?
For the record,
We-
I never said that though.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you said that. I'm just saying that. I know yeah, because it seems like earlier, but you didn't say that.
well,
Well,
how do we get to this point?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Like, okay, so to expound a little further on what Andrea was saying about those papal bulls, like one of them was like dumb diverses, and if you find people who aren't Christians in the land, you can enslave them or what have you,
Hmm.
right? So the thing is that they were going under religious order, and it also in their in the Bible it does say slaves, obey your earthly masters and all that, right? And we weren't looked at as humans, so it was very easy for them to work us to death like dogs and mules and cattle or whatever. And that's what they did. That's why you see so many of those trips back and forth to the motherland from the Americas and from Europe, right? But especially between Brazil and Africa, because it was a shorter distance, right? So from there, from Brazil, you can go take some to the islands, and because of course the Spanish had dominion in the islands, they had dominion in South America, what have you, along with the Portuguese, the French. So here we are. So out of like what they say, like between 10 and 12 million slaves that were brought here, 350 to 400,000 came to America. How did the numbers get so high? Because they bred us like mules and cattle. That's how they got so high. That's why, like in 1860, it was 4 million black folks in America, or 4.5, let's say. So you're gonna ask yourself, how did from 350,000, right, to get to 400? I mean, get to 4.5 million, right? Because once again, they brought us like slaves and cattle. I mean, I'm sorry, brought us like cattle, like animals. That's what they did.
I would like to think that what about ground slavery, right? So when we talk about these ships and that Arab land and all, this Muslim and this Christian war, right? So we know the Christians was mostly European at that time, was somewhat Spanish, right? So we're gonna say this: if the Moors and those Africans was kicking their butts for about almost 800 years, right? Um,
Where?
But it wasn't more.
hold,
What do you
hold,
mean
hold,
Africans? What do you mean
well,
that? What
well,
you
well,
mean?
who were they enslaved by, right? It shows that if you look at the pictures of some of those, they will show that they were enslaved by darker people at the feet of, people
No,
who were
man.
dressed
I think they had mercenaries.
well.
It's not a there wasn't a seat in Africa, a crown in Africa that endorsed that practice there. The
Well,
Barbary
their
slave
their
trade.
culture,
That's
the way they dress does, the way
no,
they
no,
look in their out.
no, man. Part of the slaves were Africans. So it's like, that's one of the things that troubles me. Like, there seems to be this notion where you can't find a king or a queen of an African nation that sanctioned it, that was a part of it, that was a force behind it. But what you can find is mercenaries that were Africans, and you can also find Africans that were slaves. But there's no power of Africa behind that. There's no kingdom or queendom of Africa behind the Barbary slave trade. You see what I mean? So, and then the extent that they were involved in the transatlantic slave trade is like is I mean, people discuss all the time. They admit that they did sell slaves, right? But
right?
they didn't. To say that Africans enslaved Europeans or Africans enslaved Asians, I think that's a complete falsehood.
Well, VB, I can say like this with the Berbers, yes, they did, and they're Africans. I mean, I guess because of where those ports were at and everything, slave ports in the Barbary Coast, right? So most likely those are going to be like Berbers too involved in that, right?
I see what you mean. Well, maybe at one time it was, man. I mean,
No, the
you know,
whole time. I'm saying the whole time. That's what I'm saying. Oh, when they showed the graph of what it's come, I said, who's running it? Now
no,
the the key thing you said, but the key thing you said was they don't show who running it. Which man is this? Which woman is this? Who
And
actually really? Because we all know that those Europeans were in debt.
but Ralph, it wasn't like it was a conglomerate of kingdoms, brother. It was the French, the Spanish, the English, the Belgian. It was the Flemish. I should say. All these people, the Germans, even, right? They all
The
had,
Dutch, the Russians.
yeah, they all no. Let's talk about transatlantic, right? They all had a hand in the transatlantic slave trade, man. So whether they're in debt to whom, to whatever, because they're in debt to themselves, right? Because they're all related, number one, right? So how they pay back certain things? Slavery through trade also, because it was a trade component there also as well. So when you have different tobacco, right? Tobacco was very expensive early on, and in fact, if Jade, you're in England. If you go by the Thames and you find a pipe, a white pipe, tobacco pipe, with a very, very small bowl attached to it, that's worth more money because
Yeah,
that is
sure.
when you see how with the in regards to tobacco, how precious and how much tobacco cost back then in the 1500s or so, in the 1600s, right? I shouldn't say 15, but the 1600s, where you couldn't put your pinky in that pipe. But if you had that pipe, you were rich because you could afford tobacco. So that pipe is an early pipe. It's the earliest pipes that they have, right? And they cost more money than you
A
with
clay pipe.
right. Then you would find a bigger pipe when tobacco was plentiful, like in the 1800s, 19 or whatever. So the thing is that it was like not only was it where it was enslaved Africans, but it was like all the goods that came from Africa also. Like in America, we eat black eyed peas and rice. Well, where'd that come from? Where'd okra come from? You understand? So where did sweet potatoes come from? The ones that we eat, you know. So a lot of, and where did yams come from? The one in Jamaica, right? So and we know yams came from Africa because yam is to eat in a con, right? So we know what came from Africa. We know what they did because they wrote all about it. And will we know the exact numbers of slaves? No, we won't. Do we know how many perished along the way exactly? No. No, because they didn't see human beings. They saw cattle. They saw cargo. They didn't keep records like that on us, like that. Like if you went to Southwestern and took an airplane, whatever. Yeah, all those people are accounted for. But because they are people, we were not people. We were nothing. We were commodities.
Yeah,
animals, man.
yeah, that's how I was putting it, right? So like I said, if I want three from you back, but I'm charged I'm gonna give you 3, but I'm actually gonna charge you triple what they worth. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't make sense for me to just let an empire of people, uh, the Ottoman Empire and Europeans, and especially if I'm enslaving them, come to my ports, do business with me, and think I'm not gonna overcharge you. So, that just would make sense to me if I'm doing business. Ruthless business with you. Um, but in a situation, we can't say that. Everybody does business different. Um, but I would like to agree that you know they have the European documents and Lloyd and London. I think they keep a receipt from all banks and receipts of everything and insurance.
The
Uh,
ancient ships.
right. So they will have the European documents, but like we said, we don't have any cultural of darkness documents of that, and they don't even want to say, like VV was saying, like who else was behind that as well. They just give you European documents. It has to be something more than this because that landmass is greater and controlled and is bigger.
I don't. Well. The thing is that the Barbie slave trade was different from the triangular slave trade, the task, right? So I'm going for what I know better, and what I'm a result of is the triangular slave trade, right? So when we talk about that, it 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 actually defines this as well, because when you talk about who's black and who's not here in America, let's say, if your ancestors were on that boat, any one of those boats, on the bottom, coming here to work those fields, what have you, then guess what? You're black.
You black? I get that's first validation.
So that's how it works here. In fact, early on in the 1700s, whatever, people would have to sue to not be called black, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And say, oh,
Mm-hmm.
so okay, John over here has a black grandmother, right? Oh, but he doesn't look black, and they would have to go back and forth in court to get out from under being called black.
Yeah, I was speaking on that. I think the other day. Um, and they would actually steal homes and things like that and give it to the lighter, whiter looking blacks. You know what I'm saying? Just to have property, to steal land, homes. Through marriage and generational wealth, they would do things like that. So that's how a lot of stolen land and property came to in America as well. But
But you have divide and conquer also. So that might be a part of that as well, where they would pit two of the same people against each other because they may look different, right? But at the end of the day, Ralph, guess what? They both black. Or
no, 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 no. Now that they start mixing it to a
Ac-
degree, no, you're a
But
mulatto
according to
now.
the
You're mixed.
but according to their law, though, you were black. If you had one drop, according to their law,
right.
you were considered black.
That's right.
So
People,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, that we're looking at it whether both your parents are this. According to the laws here in America, if you had one drop black blood, you was considered black. They didn't give a damn. They didn't give a damn if your mama was white and your daddy was what. They didn't give a damn about all that.
did Thomas Jefferson care about his own black kids? No. Nope. When they when they went to
Oh,
when they went to
hold
France.
on, yo, hold on. How
Hold
when did you ever shake? Hold on. Did you ever shake Thomas Jefferson hand?
on. Okay.
We're just generalizing, just like you. I mean, you are. I mean, at the end of the day, the laws here in America. You couldn't marry a black person. A white person couldn't marry a black person. Black people, you could. You had to color only places. You couldn't go here. You could. I mean, come on, man. And so a lot of these people who have the one drop blood, they had a hard time. They had difficulties here too in America because they weren't accepted by their white families, right?
And
I
some,
mean,
like I said, some had, and there's records on this, Ralph. You can check. Some had to sue. They had to sue to get from from being called black. Man. You know,
Yeah, I understand. I truly understand that,
but
and they,
about when I
yeah.
was Thomas Jefferson, right? He had black children, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sally Hemings, right? So when they went to
Okay.
France, right? Where slavery was illegal at that time. His son was like, "Well, look, can I be set free? I mean, I don't think I should be enslaved anymore." Now that's his own son. He didn't give a shit about his own son. He said, "No, no, 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 no. Not only you're my son, but you are my property."
Even even one of our, well known racists in this country, Strom Thurmond,
Watch out.
big time. He had a
Uh-oh.
black daughter,
Sure did.
but you didn't hear about it.
Shit.
He was
John.
taking care of her on the low, but you didn't hear about it. So I'm just saying, they talked the big game. People can say all they want to. They knew what they
Mm-hmm.
were doing, and they carried it out by any means necessary because they felt like it was the white man's burden to civilize a group of people from a different nation because
Right.
we just didn't know what we were doing.
Right.
That's what this whole thing has been about all this time. They really thought we were stupid people, didn't know how to live. We just were barbarians. No, those words they need to apply to themselves because if anybody bothering you, what you feel like you got to go bother other people for? Ain't nobody to bother now, you
So,
know.
all right.
So
I'm a little confused, but I heard, I understood what was said, but I'm a little still confused, right? So, if I'm thinking there's black folks who have millions of dollars, right, and control landmass and the 1800s, somewhat 1700s, 1800s, right? So this is basically middle of the America um, building foundation. If I'm thinking that there are black lawyers, judges, slave owners, politicians, and we're gonna go and say now they didn't work with Europeans to pass those laws. We kind of neglected how America was kind of running as a unit. Now I say the things that happen within that unit, such as the lynchings and the improper slavery, that shows that you know uh we see that and we like dang. But I want to also believe there was black people that was out there killing white folks doing the same as well, hanging them,
I
burning
have a
them. It's just not
question when you finish
probably not.
to you, Ralph.
Yeah, okay, just probably not
yeah, but
promoted. We have things like Buffalo Soldiers and Renegades and somewhat Nat Turners, but then again, we don't. We probably got a nigga Freeman out there somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But we don't know.
My
okay,
question was,
yeah.
what happened to the language then, Ralph? If people were native to a certain part of the world, what happened to the black? What language were they speaking? And when did they transition, or what happened? Why did they stop using the language? Is there a language that the black man used to speak in in America that if they were there before the Europeans, what language were they speaking?
Oh, niggas ain't talk back then. Yeah, niggas ain't need to talk. Yeah, see, that's how good they were, right? So you got all those slaves mixed in from different families, different cultures, whatever mixed in. They didn't know how to communicate. They looked each other in the eyes and feel what was going on. Looked around and judged the wind, looked at the stars, felt the sun, and had to look each other with trust and believe in each other. And say, look, we think we got a plan, fill out this plan. So niggas ain't even had to talk. That's why I love niggas. Black folks talk. African Americans do they talking and getting shit done. You know what I'm saying? If I felt I had a problem with a person and that person had my same mindset and views, I knew it wouldn't be an issue with someone helping the right way, you know? So we don't all culturally think the same uh, or just the same. But those niggas did because they all was in the same situation without knowing each other.
That's a very unique thing to for across the world. I mean, I don't know when language came in, and I understand the humans did go through a stage of not having a language and the development of language. So that is very unique what you've just said there.
Yeah, niggas
Yeah,
knew vibration. So look, so like
but the,
when she brought Miss Andrea brought up the humming and being in E flat or E minor, one of them is a silent note that only vibration we can produce. We have features and skeleton features that differ from certain type of uh black folks as well. White folks got their own type of brain and skeleton base. But
So where did it go? So
but
obviously, what happened? Where did it go, Ralph? I mean, how did it just disappear like that? How come we haven't got any kind of any people around now, or do you know what time frame you're talking about when people wasn't speaking and were just dealing with vibrations?
we still do it. Some of us still do it now. I do it from time to time. Sometimes I just be like, man, I get on here and talk. I like talk with y'all. But when I get out in the world, I shut up. You know what I'm saying? And I take in what I see from people before I react with people, so I can know how to defend myself.
and that
Sometimes
and
eye
that's
contact. Go
and
ahead.
that's fine though. So, but they took away, like I said, they like you were saying, they took away our ability to make those noises to communicate, and then at the same time, they didn't want you to learn how to. They didn't want you to learn their language. So either way, you were in peril on either side of the coin. If you learn their language, you can die. If you speak in your language, you can die.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to continue to figure out a way to communicate so that we could make progress. How was that not going to happen if we didn't have an alternative? You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's just uh, you know nobody
That's
else was
why
done that way that I know of. What other
Well, I
groups
find
of
it hard
people
to believe that people
were
could
done that way?
have a banking system and all these kind of things without having a language. How would that be possible?
well like the dude that was on here and he said he had got his spirit fingers. It's the spirit. I be saying it's the Negro spirit because not
Now, what I'm
only is
saying is, I understand that, but sorry to cut you, Ralph, but what I'm saying is, how can I make a banking transaction by just using vibrations?
well,
Oh,
you do it. Well, don't you swipe your card? Don't you use Wi-Fi? Ain't you you got electronic banking card?
Well, I would have said that it's impossible. Sorry, it would have been impossible to do so. That would have been the answer to that
But it was,
question.
but it wasn't my answer though. My answer was if you had if the government has to give you something or anything you needed to give, you had to they give it to you in the card and you be in a banking system.
Okay, so they had cards back then. Then they didn't need to talk, and they were able to build a banking system and owned large, vast areas of land. Okay, and were very wealthy. And I was wondering if you could tell me one person. Maybe I'm not going to ask you for five. Maybe if you could tell me one person to so where I could maybe go and get some more um, information where I can read some more about that, or how do
Okay,
you know this information?
we just having communications. That's all. So look, uh, because look, you're the next person you should go ask yourself. That should be the first person you should ask. Second thing, you should remember what I just said to you and apply it in multiple ways and see what's the best outcome. Third thing you should do is remember you have a birth certificate and a social security number. Fourth thing you should realize what kind of debt you in and what are you worth. Fifth thing you should do is realize you can't take nothing with you.
Okay,
Okay,
you confused me complete the
so
hell on
yeah,
that
so
one.
I gave
yeah.
the answer. That's
Yeah, what
life.
was that all about?
You
I
went
mean,
you went
honestly.
on a whole nother thing.
He asked me for he
Okay.
said to give him one. The one was himself. But if you asking me because you just asking me my opinion, those are the way I got my outcome. Maybe if you think about it, that's all you got. Really,
No,
all
I
you
was
got.
asking. Yeah, I know, Ralph. But what I'm saying is to help everyone to kind of understand something. What normally what we try to do. And we know that most records are, say, from Europeans and stuff like that. So it's like if you want to sh- um, drive your point across, you need to have some sort of evidence to support it, and um, I feel like there's a lack of evidence there. I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm not saying that it's not true, but I'm
Okay.
saying you're lacking. I would like you to provide some more evidence. You know, if you don't mind, because we've got to be clear.
Look,
We've got to kind of
I understand. I understand.
when we're talking to the people, what we're doing right here, we must be careful and not spread disinformation, and we have to try and figure out a way of checking facts, and we need some sort of evidence. It's fair to say someone can be maybe can connect with a vibration and stuff like that, but I really find it hard to believe that there was large vast lands owned by black people, and black people were what you said, they were billionaires, and also that they could do banking transactions without a language. They also didn't have a language. It's like it's getting even more. You're adding on, it's getting larger and larger. This kind of argument you're putting across without any evidence.
Okay, so all right. So look, I'm gonna try to make it sound really like kiddish, like a child type way. All right. So let's say they were primitive people, right? But they had a clan. Someone probably go get nuts and berries. Someone probably go hunt. Someone will probably make clothes and trees in a hut. Somebody probably make sticks and weapons and bows. Let's say we watching Planet of the Apes, right? Now something has to be valuable within their community, right? Where it's stored, harvest, produce, saved. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Basically, so if we look at ants, bees, uh, certain animals who, store their food up, slumber, they save. So, like I said, it's all within nature, right? So it might not have been to the way we do it now. It's just progressing now, but it's something, squirrels, all these things, they find a way to save because you cannot run out. It's like you gotta respect the nature of things, you know what I'm saying? Because that's really what it really boils down to in my eyes. Um, so let's say you got a death sentence, right? You know you're gonna die before 50. You would try to make everything you can do before 50, you know. But if you don't know it, you live life freely, right?
Uh, mm,
I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Okay.
And what was this? What was the actual topic? I don't know, VB. What was the topic we was discussing today?
yeah, we
I
Yeah, I'm
mean,
letting
Y'all
y'all
got to
go
asking
on.
me
I'm like,
questions, you know what I'm saying?
anything else? Anything else
my
you
head
want to
is
say,
spinning,
Ralph?
boy.
He asked me, you know what I'm saying? He asked me the question. I wanted to do he remember the question he asked me.
Oh my
No,
God,
I definitely
it's funny.
understand what I remember. I mean, you answered, and I said I
Okay.
disagreed with what you said. That's it.
Okay.
I did answer you.
I'm gonna
I
give
did.
Ralph one of these though, since there was a silence. Oh,
You know what? You know what? You know what?
he
no, I
must
just
have blown
thought the
people away.
conversation was over. No, I thought
Yeah,
he
he
was
blew.
done talking.
Yeah,
You
yeah, yeah,
know,
yeah.
he said,
You
"Well,
know,
I'm taking upon his concept." He said, "Sometimes you just got to sit back and be quiet and listen." That's all I was doing. Don't give him no bomb for that. You
Oh,
know.
Yeah, the
oh my
vibrations.
Yeah, we got to get the vibrations. Yeah, I mean, what
that's
the
that's
hell? You
yeah,
know.
that's what them old niggas told me to do. It made me a real good chess player,
Mm-hmm.
and also, you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I learned a lot of things early, but I'm still immature a little bit. But I'm coming into thought, but I gotta imply it in life. So, but a lot of things that, like I say, Christianity, Muslim, all you can say that's a part of Kemet. just separated and put into something different. You know what I'm saying? Some different person took it, want to rewrite it, blah 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 blah. It all got the same kind of zodiac, whatever. It's it's not taken from that one source and whatever that source was before that. And it's crazy how all these pyramids are lined up somewhere, the same on the same path. So when we talk about the law, when we talk about the laws of what was happening and govern, it is a certain amount. It says 7-head dragons and all this other stuff. You can, picture it as dragons or whatever, but you can also picture it as families, nations, whatever you want to say. It's how
Stop dropping all them bombs. What was that bomb
Hey, not to
for?
change the subject or anything. Hey,
That didn't even
do we all,
qualify.
1 second?
Like,
Hey, do you all remember? I
seriously.
don't know if everyone was watching Sonetta when Nandi. Shout out to Nandi. My first time I saw Nandi on Sonetta's program. I'm not sure if it's the same person, but there was a lady that came up onto Sonetta's platform, and she had all these she had a very extraordinary front room. I might say it had. I think there was skulls and bones, and I think she was
really?
somewhat. I'm not sure if she was a. It reminded me maybe of like a spiritualist. Yeah. But
she was an old lady.
Did you see it, Ralph?
Yeah, I think it was Pop Lock Kid. The lady, she be like, she Mason. I'm not a Mason, but
Sister Nandi, I'm talking about.
No, I didn't see that one. I thought you were talking about the old lady.
Right. So I'm gonna let you know. Yeah. So this lady was on the platform, and I couldn't wait. Just like Shaka, what brought my attention to Shaka, and then Shaka brought my attention to VB. But same kind of thing. What happened to Shaka? Shaka was on there, and he was a very a nice addition to the nonsense what was going on, right? And I really felt that Sister Nandi didn't get a chance to really talk about herself. And one thing she did say that she was an electrician, and she done all the electric works in the in her flat, and she had grown up children, and I was really impressed, and I was very disheartened that I didn't get a chance to for her the platform should have given her more of a chance to express herself. So that's all I wanted to say, just to throw that in there.
Shout out to Sister Nandi.
Was that Sister Nandi?
She's here.
Is she an electrician? No, I mean, was she an electrician or what?
Drop her bomb, no man.
Yeah, drop her one. Take that one back from
Sister
Ralph.
Nandi.
Well, Sister Nandi's in the chat. She can respond.
Yeah. I dropped the link too. If you want to hop up. Yeah.
So what was the topic, VB? Because the same thing happened yesterday. You had your topic and you didn't. Not once did your topic come up.
Wasn't no topic,
everything else.
Wasn't no topic.
It was a roller coaster, VB.
The numbers were skewed, but we can blame it on Ralph that we took a detour. So it's skewed. I don't know how many of us was on the same, but it's Ralph's fault.
Drop a bomb on that one, VB.
Yeah, baby.
Drop a big bomb on that one.
The numbers. See, that's what I
would like to say,
I love you, Ralph. You know I love you.
Yeah, and I would like to say thank you, everybody. I appreciate my bomb.
You're so fun.
Please remember, I was asked those questions when y'all rewatch this video, and that's why I went that way. I like that.
Sure now.
Well, we can always rewatch the video. More likes, more views.
Yeah, you need to rewatch the video, Ralph. You need to.
Yeah, I love them. I do. Well, I'm at work. I play them right back in my ear.
That's what's up, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how we survive, but we're a good group of people.
Yeah, it's a lot of good people up here. I appreciate everybody. It was an interesting conversation. It did have some points. It had some real good points in it, you know. And so, as always, it's cool to get some new information, some perspective that you don't often get. It was some points brought up I didn't really think about, so that was really nice. It was cool to also have a new character up here, a new guest. Forget who that was. Maui.
Maui Kala.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
Well, what I found interesting there was that the a Maori person, a man that had lighter skin than all of us on this panel, a man from a region of the earth, okay, in Hawaii, says that he is African. That's what people really need to.
Senegalese descent, something through his grandmother.
Right? Senegal, Mali. But listen, I got that all in my ancestry.
No, but he have it in his known family. I think he said his grandmother or his great grandmother's name Nandy.
Yeah.
Hold on. What did I say the name right?
I think it was something Nami or Nanny or something like that. It was one of those. Whoever the name was for, not no disrespect to you, brother that was up here.
Nana. It's a common name. Is it Nana, right?
Yeah, Nana.
I'm not sure. I don't want to butcher it. You know, I'm not sure.
Right, but yeah, that was kind of interesting, and you know, so, but it's all good. We, you know, the conversation is always open, especially if it has to be. So sometimes folks want to take it somewhere else, and that's okay. You know, but I appreciate everybody. It's been 4 hours now, so it's like 4.5. So I'm gonna close it down, and hopefully everybody has a good evening. Jade, it's like 2:30 a.m. over here, Central European time.
Yeah, 1:30. Yeah, so you know,
1:30 where you at?
Put him. Yeah, it's 1:34 in the UK, and thank you all. Thank VB for having me again, and respect to everybody.
Respect to everybody.
Thanks to you, bro. Thanks that we kept it neutral. You know what I mean? We ain't had to spaz out. You know what I'm saying? I like that. I like that. That was cool. You know,
absolutely. It wasn't no cursing and name calling.
Yeah, right.
You know, thank goodness. No, it was great. That's how we like to have it over here. And and peace to Sister Nandy also. Maybe she gonna hop up next time. We'll see. But to everybody, have a good evening, and we catch up. We catch up in the next few days.
Peace,
I'll be good. All right, peace. Bless. Here's Andrea wanted to say something real quick.
Yeah,
go ahead,
I just want to say the only reason why we kept it cool because I didn't have to bring my belt out because it's always on standby. It's always on standby. You know, I don't want to have to use it, but I will.
That belt has Ralph's name on it.
Yeah,
it almost did. It almost did, but he maintained the day. He did.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you took
you had to beat somebody up. Yes,
whip his ass next time, Andre. Don't worry about that.
Negro almost got it. He almost.
But hold on though, you was on my side a little bit today though.
A little bit. That's why I said that's the reason I didn't bring it out. Just a small smidgen.
If I could ask for a decoration, on my belt, can you put a little R on the corners of my belt with some chocolate diamond, mine diamond?
What else, yo?
I got. We'll go through all that.
Put diamonds on it.
Yeah. You just imagine in your head.
Mine diamonds, not lab diamonds. Well, lab diamonds are okay. We're gonna get some mine diamonds. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I got some diamonds for you. All right.
All right, everybody. Y'all be good. Have a good evening. Have a good evening, everybody. All right, peace. Bless.
Good night.
Also, good night. Yeah, Pumpkin. Good night to you too.
I went to sleep. What can I say?
Oh, it's all good.
I'm
it's
always
all good.
sleeping.
I'm about to get some cut out myself. All right, now we talk, everybody. Be good.
You gonna do another one tomorrow? Tonight? Tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
But later this week, though, definitely.
Okay.
All right, BB.
Good night.
All right. Peace, Devon. Yo, peace, Pumpkin. Bye.
So I can see
Them niggas shot though. I want to get shot and rebid it.
Let's see something. Let me see now.